The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, how's everybody? I'm a bit rough today, but we'll see how we go. Stomach pains for some reason. Yeah. Just wait for a few people to show up. As if they ever do. Anyway, let's place things around. Bit slow coming up there. Yeah, so I readjusted the volume. Lately my voice has been very low. I think I may have hit the volume level switch on the mixer that lowered it a wee bit. But I'm not sure if it's too loud now. So let me know how the volume sounds out there. I think it's alright, but it's hard to tell, you know, because the websites remix the audio, don't they? Yeah, webs page, better pin that. And pilled, how are we going on there? Yeah, looks like it's alright. Who's on pill today? Anybody? It's getting less and less. Is it really worth carrying on doing this stuff anymore? I think you have to give it another 20, 50 years for people to wake up, I think. Then they'll realise what good content was, and they ignored it. But anyway, hey Mike, how's it going? Oh, no, it's not Mike. Normally Mike's the first one to show up. What we got here? Bot 7. Shadow figure entities. I'm not sure who bot 7 is, if it's a person or a bot. Yes, so what was I going to do? Pin. We got daylight savers coming up in a month. So I'll probably have to be getting up an hour earlier to adjust for UK till they readjust for winter times, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, daylight savings is a curse. I would be happy to get rid of it. It just messes up things. How's it going on Rumble there? We got 2 out there at the moment. Ooh, hasn't updated here though. Still says 1 on the main panel. Sarah on YouTube, that's very strange. What's going on in the world today? Anything that I missed? Yeah, okay. I think we're ready to go. Alright, we got to send out some freebies, I remember. It's easy to forget because it only comes up every month. So we have to do it via this because it doesn't work through in the admin very well anymore. And even this doesn't seem to behave. In the admin very well anymore. Likewise, normally that would be automatically paused, but because YouTube keep messing around, it no longer pauses, unfortunately. They keep updating the software, and old plugins that used to work don't work. Okay. Let's see, we want to get to $, membership gifting, and we can send, is it still 5? 2 times. Looks like that's still there. Let's give it a try. Hey, Michael just showed it, was it? Oh no. Yeah, he did. Got a freebie. And 20 T, is it? Received a gift. Jasper, Tommy. Hey, Paul. You just got a gift at the same time. Hope you're doing great. Yeah, I just said I was a bit rough today. Stomach cramps, stomach pains, and going to the toilet. So we'll see how we go. Okay, it's doing the dings for each of the people. How are you? How's everybody out there lately? Be winter colds for you guys in the top hemisphere now. Or nearing it. There were some wicked ones in New Zealand this year. It seems to be doing too many beeps, isn't it? Or is it just my imagination? So let's see if it normally goes wrong. We send it again. I guess they don't expect people to send all 10 at the same time. Yeah. Yep. Does it reckon? Doing something. Tell Mick, got one. Chris Hester. I'm not sure who that is. Susie to anyone. Haven't seen her around for a wee while ago. Oh, I might bring some people to the channel because they might get emails with that. Yeah, I think it's working quite good at the moment. Fingers crossed. How's the audio out there? on all domains. Is it too loud now? I had to turn it up a wee bit because it's been really low the last couple of streams. Although it sounds alright to me in the headset, when you play it back on the streams it can be slightly different because they try and balance it and all that sort of nonsense. So if you get a really loud piece from another channel that you play, like a clip, you can lower all the other volumes. Stupid really. But anyway, what can you do but play their games? Oh, what's happened there? I really hate that. That's messed up. This. Why is it not scrolling up? Anyway, better see what we got here. Now I'm going to catch up with all the shield grifters videos out there. Hopefully. And we got some updates. So I think we might start at the end. Let's have a look. Okay, so update on Gemini. Yeah, update on the 3i Atlas. I was thinking Gemini was the Google thing, and no, it's actually like another observatory. Whereabouts is it? Chile. So captures growing tower of interstellar comets during educational observing program. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's a forward-looking towel or a normal towel now. It's not too clear. Control room, Chile shadow, the scientist program, whatever that means. At least they got a decent font on it and not mucking around with colours. Makes it easier for the eyes. But is there anything there we need to really know about? 27th August. I might just do an update on that. Atlas. Of course, we can use Google Gemini now, so let's just give that a try. Oh shit. Something happened. Mouse cursor is on the wrong page, I think. Yeah, so you can just type in AI. There should be a button for it really, shouldn't there? And then you can go what's it called at the front now? AI.google. Let's just go there. How do we start our own try? I think they're trying to sell access to it, aren't they? Hey. What is the latest findings on 3i Atlas? But it's changing every day, right? Looks like I hit the caps key. Sinking, is it? Key findings: growing tail and coma. Recent images captured by the Gemini. Okay, it's included the latest information. So the Atlas had developed a broad coma. A cloud of gas and dust around the nucleus. Composition. Various multiple telescopes, including James Webb object spectrograph. So they get more analysis done on it. High carbon dioxide content and CO2, which we already know. Age. So suggests the process involved in the formation of planetary systems around other stars may have similarities to ours. Doesn't sound like an interstellar aliens. Hubble Space Telescope. Up-and-coming observations will make its closest approach to the sun. So we've still got a month to go on that one. Mars flyby. Woo! I don't know if they've got any telescopes in orbit there. You think they would have, wouldn't you? In early October, the comet. So you notice it's saying comet here will pass within 18 million miles. Reappearance of the comet expected to become visible again from Earth in December. Okay, so is it confirmed comet now? Sounds like it. Has been confirmed as a comet. When it was first discovered, its trajectory showed it was an interstellar object, meaning it originated outside our solar system. However, subsequent observations from telescopes like Hubble and Gemini South have confirmed its cometary nature. Growing coma and tail. The key signature of a comet is its presence of a coma, a cloud of gas and dust surrounding the nucleus, and a tail. So it looks like Avi Loeb as an idiot. Composition, stereoscopic analysis from space telescope, including James Webb. Sphere X mission has detected water, ice, water vapor, and carbon dioxide. I think carbon monoxide was one of them as well. I thought CO was found also. Yes, carbon monoxide has been detected in the coma. Recent observations. High ratio. There you go. So we're not using Grok this time. We're using Google's version, and we're not using ChatGPT either. I think ChatGPT does a better job actually still. Carbon dioxide is dominant. Yeah, we already know that. So it doesn't look like anything new, does it? What's going on there? What have we got popping up on the side here? Woo Rider, how's it going? Liz, thank you for the gift. Well, Google selects them. I can't just pick who I'd like to give it to, but I'm glad it gave you one. Who else we got out there? Anybody? Drop by? No, just these two. Okay, so what else do you want to ask the Google AI about the comet while we've got it up? Any ideas? Was Avi Loeb wrong about the brightness being nukes or nuclear? Here we go. Thinking. They'll probably defend him though, even though he's an idiot. Well, Harvard astrophysics Avi Loeb has proposed the idea The brightness could be due to internal nuclear power source. The general scientific consensus, supported by more recent data, points to cometary activity. He calculated the output to be 10 gigawatts, based on his floated hypothesis. Confirmed commentary since Loeb's initial claim, as usual, as we expected, actually. Yes, we're going to get more and more details as the days go on, though. The forward-facing glow that Loeb noticed is not an anomalous light source. It's the coma, the cloud of the gas and dust that surrounds the nucleus. As the comet gets closer to the sun, the side facing the sun receives more heat, leading to more outgassing on the side, which is what Hubble's image captured. In summary, Loeb's hypothesis of a nuclear power source was intriguing, so they're trying to defend them. The body of evidence gathered by astronomers using a variety of instruments has confirmed that the brightest of the atlas is due to so yeah, I don't know, I kind of think ChatGPT is a bit better. Any other questions you want to ask? Exhausted. Okay. Sorry to hear that, though. I know, I know what it was like working. I used to work quite long hours myself in shift work until I got sick. But yeah, even get tired at being home. Sometimes there's pros and cons, you know. Extra money, having a wee bit more of a life than being stuck at home because you can't afford to go anywhere. Of course, better for dating if you're single as well, because you've got more money to spend, as well as females, if they see you not working, they're not interested. It's a material world we live in, right? Doesn't matter if you're a good guy or not. Anyway, girls prefer the hard, bad men, from what I've seen over the years. They always go for the wrong guys. Unless you're a Christian girl, I guess. I think they're a bit wiser. Anyway, Gemini is there. What else are we going to do with it while we're here? Let's just ask it a question. How many golden zone planets we expect to find in the whole universe? See what comes up with that one. It's got it thinking, has it? Yeah. No one knows. Right, not even Avi Loeb. We would not plan in the entire universe, but scientists can make estimates based on the number of stars, galaxies. So what is it saying? Specifically, around 56 trillion potential habitable planets in a observable universe. That's a 5 followed by 22 zeros. So do you think we're alone in the universe, people? That's a lot of Goldilocks zone planets. So how many of those will be in Milky Way? Now, if they do exist on other planets in the universe, then I think they've found a way to travel faster than the light speed. That's where the portals come into it, right? But I also think, from what I've been shown that we live in a multiverse, and that fits all the other stuff of paranormal, Bigfoots and time slips and all that sort of stuff. People talk about interdimensions, but really they mean a portal connection to a multi-universe, because everything's 3D, right? Based on NASA's Kepler Space Telescope, there could be anywhere from 50 million to 60 billion planets in the microwave galaxy located within the habitable zone. So, how many planets likely exist all up in Milky Way? Because that's a lot of habitable planets. And that's just in our galaxy. And we know there's lots and lots of galaxies. You're still thinking. Scientists estimate it could be hundreds of billions or trillions of planets in the Milky Way. It's just you just can't even think of it, can you? Your mind just boggles. So yeah, this is quite a handy little tool. Instead of searching lots of websites, now we can just let it do all the searching and then compile it into a summary, if we can trust it. Gemini can make mistakes. That's down the bottom there. So you always got to double check it, right? But yeah, one day we might need to double check it. I don't know. Will it replace doctors? Probably. And will robots replace surgeons? You just plug in the program, remove this guy's appendix, and just cuts you open. But like they did on was it Aliens, where they try and get the thing out of it, and other sci-fis like that. It's like Star Trek as well. I know they just beam it in and out, don't they? Materialize, meow, and it takes out your bad gallbladder. And then they can turn it into food, can't they? Use the atoms from the bad gallbladder, turn it back into bread or something. 3D print me a loaf of bread. You think I'm laughing, joking about it, but that's what it will probably end up being like. You just feed it in the atoms, and it could be recycled people from a space station, and it just print out food again. What are we? We're about 3 kilograms of atoms time we get cremated. Bit depressing, isn't it? But anyway. So, what do you think of that? There definitely is non-human intelligence. We have been visited. Yep. Never tried Gemini. Well, this is the first time I'm trying it, really. Normally it would kick in and it would just add it to the search results, but now you can just go straight into it and do it like Grok and the other ones, ChatGPT. But that's the only 3 I've tried. There might be better ones out there now. The Chinese one was meant to be pretty good, but then again, didn't someone say that was a bit of a con job? Didn't they trick? They weren't actually. It wasn't actually better. It was actually a trick or something. I don't know. I think I read something. And I didn't really pay much attention. Billions of habitable planets. There was something else. Let's try this. What is Tyler of Secureteam reputation? Let's see what it knows about that, because it doesn't scan or promote my channel with all the things I've out him on. Oh, what's happening there? I want to go full screen. Let's see. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. As early as September, there have been a number of recent findings regarding... No, that's not him. Looks like it scrolled up to the top. That photo is a bit confusing. Let's see. Tyler, who runs YouTube channel, has a reputation that is highly controversial and often viewed as a hoaxer. Well, his channel has gained a large following, which I believe most of those have been bought, apart from 800,000. For covering UFO sightings and paranormal events. It has also faced significant criticism and accusations of deception. Key points about his reputation include allegation of fraudulent content. In 2017, Cockner was accused of using old footage and presenting it as new. Faked footage. He also involved in a controversial in 2015 when he was accused of faking footage of a UFO sighting. He later apologized for this, calling it a mistake, but led to a loss of subscribers. Unsubstantiated claims. He has been further criticized by skeptics for making unsubstantial claims in his videos. Large following. Despite the controversy, Secureteam has a large following with over 2 million subscribers. At one point, his content has garnered hundreds of millions of views. In media appearance, he has appeared on various radio shows and podcasts to discuss his theories. No, it's to promote himself, not his theories. He doesn't believe in UFOs. So yeah, doesn't know much at all, does it? But I bet if we go to, let's just compare it to Grok. Can we get Grok this way? OpenAI. You have to go to I'm not sure if you need to be a premium member or not. So you go to X and click on that icon now. Kind of looks like I don't know, what is it meant to be, a planet with SpaceX? I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of symbols mean. There's reputation. Well, of course, you expect Google to really defend him, right? Because they make millions of dollars off his YouTube channel. I think it's around about 10 million they made off him. What is the reputation of Tyler of Secureteam? Let's see what comes up there. We can compare it then. Tyler Klockner, the creator of a YouTube channel. You can see how this is even better formatted than Google's Secureteam 10. It's even put 10 on the end, right? Has a mixed and polarizing reputation within the UFO conspiracy theory communities, as well as among the general public. Secureteam, with his over 2 million subscribers and 1 billion views, is one of the most prominent UFO-focused channels on YouTube, known for UFO sightings, alien encounters, and government conspiracy. However, opinions about Tyler and his content vary widely, with significant criticism and some support. Blows over. Tyler has built a massive following since 2011. His channel is praised for its engaging content, including video analysis, which is nonsense. He hasn't done any video analysis. He just tries to make everything a UFO. Interviews with figures like Jeremy Corbell and Bob Lazar. So that should be a negative, in my opinion. Community engagement. Tyler is noted for his cordial approach, often encourage viewers to share their thoughts and submit content. Yeah, so you can make millions of dollars of it. Resilience, criticism, credibility and misinformation. Table has faced eventual criticism for posting unverified or misleading content. Criticizing that he often uses clickbait titles and some amounts presenting speculative or poorly vetted UFO sightings as fact, which some believe harms the credibility of ufology. For instance, 27 video claiming a cube-shaped UFO was real was widely debunked as faked or photoshopped. Yeah, he did it as well, with MUFON investigators noting pixelization. Additionally, Tyler admitted to disguising his voice to pose as a NASA whistleblower. Dr. Eric Norton. How about all the other ones? Further damaging his credibility. Doesn't mention Mr. Ken or the Area 51 dude, which didn't have a name. Allegations of hoaxing. Secureteam has been accused for producing or promoting hoax videos. Doesn't also say that he actually was on video admitting to it either. 2515 documentary UFO Theatre on the Wings of Fowl labelled Secureteam as the most popular UFO hoax channel on YouTube, citing deceptive practices. Another YouTuber, Lions Ground, accused. See, it doesn't even mention me. I'm the biggest one that's exposed them, right? And I gave my stuff to these guys. But anyway, accused Tyler of using copyrighted artwork of logo without permission, raising ethical concerns about monetized practices. Personal legal issue. Tyler's reputation took a significant hit due to legal troubles in 2019. He was arrested in Hawaii for operating a vehicle under the influence. I'm glad they talk about that. And later for assault. Yeah, bashed up his wife, domestic violence and probation violations. Dashcam video, yep, I got it on my channel. And enhanced it so you can actually hear it too. So whatever, it's got inconsistent posting and paranormia. Monetization and ethics. That's what, 500,000 a year at its peak, up to $600 a day. It's a bit low, isn't it? So it's old information that it's drawing on still, despite if it. I'm pretty sure I fed in references and information into it, but it looks like it doesn't pay any attention to what I feed it. It's still pulling it from some other trusted sources on the web instead. But that's the problem. Fans defend Tyler because they're idiots. That's why most of them don't know how to do what I'm just doing now. And they can look and they can do all the fact checking. Conclusion. As a mix of admiration for his influence. I wouldn't say that, but it's the idiots out there. Supporters see him in charismatic figure. He's actually quite a nasty, evil person if you get on the bad side of him. Whereas distractors view him as a profiteer, a grifter is what we call it. So it wasn't a really good summary at all, really. It's like really old information there. Doesn't say anything that he admitted on video several times on different channels that he hoaxed. And he never put it up on his own channel, so his followers don't even know. But anyway, they just say it's a government conspiracy against him, right? So yeah, I got some updates on paranormal here too. I'll just catch up in the side comments in case you had something to say. Daniel Foster, how's it going? Days off, reckoning, approaching, nothing major. Days off, reckoning. Not sure I understand. Anyone else around? Where's Michael King today? Eh? He was a bit drunk last time. In my university deep dive into radiation and stuff probably blew his head when you're drunk. What's happened here? It's like I stuffed up the size of the browser again. Oh yeah, so yeah, talking about all the new paranormal shows coming back on. We got Ghost Adventures, and I've noticed what's her name, Amy Brunei, who used to be part of Ghost Hunters, has her own show called Kindred Spirits. They all use that same technology, the same DR60 tape recorder, which adds in voices. They all use it, and she's creating a new show called what was it now? She hasn't done Kindred Spirits for 3 years now. I think there's a bit of problem with contracts and TV companies. That's why you're best to always do your own thing, right? Get your own cameraman and do your own thing and put it up on YouTube behind a paywall or whatever. But your audience doesn't grow as big. Who's that girl on Bear and Sea? She left. What was her name? Emily, or whatever her name was. Emily Riddell. Anyway, she's set up her own TV show on YouTube, and it's only got 250,000 subscribers, not millions like you'd get if it was on TV. And of course, I stumbled across it because I wondered why she wasn't in this season's show, to find out only one reference to her leaving the show and starting up her own filming. And I had quite a look at it. It's a lot better. It's less drama. It's more about them fixing things on the boat, getting it ready for diving and trying out new things and new locations. But it's got some annoying music in it. Too much music in it, I think. And it's not really background. And when people are talking, when they got music, it's really annoying. I don't know about how you guys feel, but yeah, it's not bad editing. Someone's spent a lot of time filming it and tying it together. But I think they're a wee bit disappointed in the last season because they wanted like 700,000. I think they only managed to pull out 200,000 out the sea. It's because they modified their boat and they probably got something wrong with it, you know. They probably got something calibrated wrong. More because there seemed to be lots of gold because they got really good filming of the sea floor, and there was plenty of gold to be sucked up. So I reckon maybe they got too much water flow, or the angle of the sluice not right, or maybe the mats. They changed the mats, I think. But anyway, you guys are probably not into gold hunting shows, but I kind of find it interesting. So yeah, I'm also interested in paranormal, as you know. And this article was quite interesting here. I'll just open it up. So, I have hunted ghosts for paranormal TV shows my whole career. These are the tricks they use to fool you. It doesn't sound really good, does it? So let's just open up full size here. I might just read this one out. It goes on about the DR60 as well. I found a couple of references to it. I don't want to spend too long on it though, but I'll post the link so people can have a read of it themselves. I'll read some of it anyway. What's going on? Read aloud. Let's see how it goes.
The independence journalism is supported by our readers.
Ugh.
I've hunted ghosts for paranormal TV shows my whole career. These are the tricks they use to fool you.
How's the volume?
From flashlight communication to REMpods, a lot of shows use the same tactics to make the audience think they're in conversation with the dead. Top 10 scariest haunted places you've never heard of. There was a time in my life where I would have rather been caught watching porn than tell people I'm a paranormal investigator. And that's because it was difficult to suppress the secondhand shame I'd feel from seeing a lot of the methods highlighted in popular programs, almost all of which are plagued with false positives. Let me explain. I've been studying and investigating the paranormal days before my 18th birthday, more than half of my life. I've been fortunate enough to be featured on what is considered the gold standard of investigative TV shows, A&E's Ghost Hunters. I've also been able to launch my own series, Haunted Discoveries, which I made with co-star and founder of the American Paranormal Research Association, Brandon Alvis. Through that work, I've attended events and investigations.
I'm not sure if I've seen Haunted Discoveries, but anyway.
Investigations at locations many investigators wait years to cross off their bucket list. But I've also seen how people intentionally fake evidence of the paranormal, and how they utilize devices that are, to put it bluntly.
And that's a real shame, because people will watch stuff hoping to spot something you missed, or actually see something amazing happen live on screen, right? They'll watch it regardless, right? Remember you did those live events of investigating places? They had lots of people watching and nothing much happened, right? Probably got too many cameramen on there, you know, too many people walking around making noise. Makes you wonder, do ghosts go and hide when all that happens? Or if you're silently, do they maybe come out of hiding and approach you? It makes you wonder, you know. But yeah, you can see why the skeptics just tear it apart, right, when you start looking at the devices with the errors in it. It's really, really bad. No, doing the stick insects in that DR60 was just a kick in the guts. But I see Amy was going to do one called Historically Haunted. It's called Historically Haunted with Amy Ranai. I don't think it's out yet. It was meant to be released early this year, and I haven't seen any episodes of it on TV or being posted around socials. But I think there may be a little 2-minute clip which I had a look at. Meant to be a trailer, and she's using the DR60 in the hand, and it's going wow, just like it did on that guy that was debunking it. And just like it was exactly the same sort of sound as Ghost Adventures had on their new season even. And apparently it's a, well, I've got information on it here I'll go through, but it turns out the tape recorder was made in 1998. So it's like 20-year-old, 30-year-old technology, and it was pulled off the market for some reason, and I reckon it's because it either had a fault in it, or the person that wrote the firmware for those tape recorders added in fake noises, knowing it would boost sales of that device. Probably the company knew as well. And did some shady work there, created some fake talking in the background, probably you know, makes it sound realistic. It wouldn't take too much to compress that into the recorder, and also look for syllables of words said previously, you know, and work out if it's this many syllables, pause, this many syllables, this syllables. Maybe they're just saying, is anybody there? And then just play a rah noise. So yeah, being a computer scientist, I know how you can do these things. it was really a bit suspicious that it would be pulled off the market and be highly sought after because it's not made anymore. But yeah, some people are selling it for like $2,000 now, and it was like a $20 item.
Bluntly, not worth the plastic they're 3D printed with. More than 50% of Americans believe ghosts are real, and a belief in some kind of life after death is a globally recognized phenomenon that is cross-cultural and dates back thousands and thousands of years. There are many people in this industry who, like half of all Americans, believe seriously in paranormal investigation. It's not all charlatans trying to make a quick buck off people's grief. But there are some serious problems, beginning with the technology problem. If you've watched a so-called ghost hunting show, you've probably seen an investigator lay down a cylindrical device adorned with blinking lights, a small speaker and an antenna known as a REMpod. If you hover your hand near one, or touch the antenna directly, the device will beep loudly and lights on the pod will shine, indicating...
Now, I've actually got that device, the musical instrument, what was it called, theremin? We'll demonstrate it sometime. I've been still playing around with it. It's actually a lot of fun. Try and make music with it. It's actually got built-in proper sounds in it, like drums and mostly Oriental instruments. It's only got a few to select from, rather than, and also it's got sine wave, which is like a pure torture sound, you know, a bit like you get in the Ghost Hunter sounds. So I'm just surprised no one's bothered experimenting with one of these in ghost shows, because it was be more fun if something was interacting it. But it's interesting if they could play a tune on it, that's for sure. Yes, it's not so easy to play a tune on this little toy one as it would be the proper made one that was like 3 foot long, because you got plenty of movement where your hands can go between the antennas, right? But anyway, we'll bring that up. Maybe another live show. Maybe I'll do a demonstration live or whatever. I'll have to see. But anyway, I might do as a edited thing first and then maybe replay it on a live show or something. I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but anyway.
Indicating where the source of movement originated. Presumably, if there's a ghost living out its afterlife, strolling through the halls, and it just so happens to brush past one of these pods, it'll go off.
So this is why they need to really stick it in a Faraday cage, all these devices, including tape recorders, but that won't stop it making funny sounds if it's been programmed in the firmware to make them. Apparently most investigators want to get the DR60 because it's meant to be the best one for picking up EVBs, but no wonder it's been rigged. But we know that they can pick up EVPs on camera mics and other things that haven't been programmed and messed around with. So why go with a device you know is suckering people? It just puts people off. And when you now see that device in the hand with the little screen and the 2 buttons either side, you know it's going to be a Panasonic digital recorder that's known to make artifacts, and you're not going to... You probably switch off, you know. And if they then start bringing up the stick man thing, and you can see it's sort of lining up with, you know, lines, like lines on the wall or furniture, you know it's then not mapping a real creature. And the recent GA exactly was that. They were aiming it at something in the room. You know, they're claiming there was no false artifacts. Now I just look at it really critically and carefully, and I see that where the lines and where the arms and legs line up is always where there seems to be like a change, like in the crease in the wall or the bed or a chair or something, you know, or arm of a person, and then something next to them that lines up with, so it looks like something standing next to them. But anyway, better get going.
Or, if you ask a ghost you suspect is with you in the room to touch it, and the REM pod sounds off, boom, you've got yourself spirit communication. In such shows, investigators will set these down and invite entities to come and interact with the REMpod as a means of beyond-the-grave communication. Prior to this, viewers watching a show will learn about the lurid claims surrounding a location, a young woman who was murdered, for instance, or a grizzled man with a mean streak who's been known to terrorize visitors by appearing when they least expect it so they fall down the stairs to their doom. An investigator will stand a few feet away from the REMpod, allow the tension of silence to fill the room. They will look at the device intently and ask, focused, with intensity, "Is there anyone here with us right now?" The REMpod beeps. Holy S *** T. Are we speaking to a woman right now? Silence. Are we speaking to a man? There's a pause, then beep. Double holy S *** T. The question and answer format seems to confirm that there is indeed someone communicating with the REMpod who isn't physically in the room. There's a slight problem, however, and it's that REMpods are utterly useless for TV purposes. These devices are ridiculously sensitive to various radio frequencies and cellular communication. Electronics have been known to set them off as well. So when you have a production crew, camera ops, sound engineers, board production assistants tired of listening to people speaking to nothing in the dark on their cell phones, and paranormal investigators equipped with lavalier microphones, it's impossible to trust any type of REMpod interaction as evidence of paranormal activity. In fact, REMpods can even be triggered at will, and from quite a far distance.
Yeah, so you can actually relate these shows, to Skinwalker Ranch. They have the same thing that happens. So you don't know what's happening behind the scenes with the frequencies. You don't know if someone's getting out a phone, or a satellite phone, or some other device that's causing interference with them, and they don't know nothing about it. Could even be some attachment to the camera, whatever, you know. Wireless mics, right? Has often been claimed to be the 1.2, 1.6 and all that sort of stuff.
Distance away, depending on the model, by a simple key press of a walkie. I've been to events and investigations where some people...
And that's the other thing they have. They all have walkie-talkies to call each other, right? There might be like 50 camera crew people behind Travis Taylor, and they use a walkie-talkie, and suddenly there's a 1.6 gigahertz signal. And ghost hunting, it turns on the REMpod, or maybe it gets picked up by those stupid machines that go through all the radio frequencies, right? And they're broadcasting them right across the spectrum, because it's always the same voice across multiple channels, right? Doesn't mean it's not able to be flawed, because they don't put it in a Faraday cage. Excuse me, I got some pollen. We now got spring and we're getting pollen, so probably end up sneezing occasionally.
Presumably because they get a kick out of scaring folks, intentionally fake REMpod interactions by keying walkies to make it seem like there's something strange in your neighborhood. There is something strange, but it isn't a ghost, it's UAP.
So this guy's been on the TV shows, and he's seen what they've been doing to boost the ratings. So when you got to listen to people like this that actually know how it's been rigged, you should listen.
Wasting your life when you could be implementing sound methodology to document evidence of the paranormal. Yes, it is that deep to me, anyway. It's for this reason that Brandon and I forbade the usage of walkies on set during the filming of our own show, and only have one set on hand that is turned off until we use them for specific segments that necessitate their usage. They are shut off when no longer needed. But REMpods are not the only problem with other paranormal investigative shows. There's a long-standing theory in paranormal research that there's a correlation between supernatural activity and electromagnetic frequencies, or EMF. This theory isn't one I would discount entirely. There are respected investigators who've documented strange occurrences not readily explained via known, empirical means that were tied to EMF. However, in many ghost hunting programs, EMF is measured via analog Trifield meters, which I have also seen manipulated by walkies intentionally.
There you go. And what do they use on Skinwalker Ranch? They use the Trifield meter.
Intentionally. Like with REMpods, these tactics are often used in order to support a false narrative of specific ghostly activity when combined with leading questions posed to the darkness in purportedly haunted locations. These devices are overly sensitive and lend themselves to false positives and fraud. But that doesn't mean one should toss out EMF, finding technology that is well insulated against external...
And that's the same for that Maya and his documentary we had on, where that guy was walking around with it in his hand and he was showing it going off. Doesn't mean it's not picking up some sort of radio broadcaster in a nearby ranch. You know, that sort of thing. You'd have to put it in a Faraday cage and see if it still goes crazy. But really, you would need a really big Faraday cage. But it doesn't mean there's not some sort of underground power cable as well. That might be live, that might not even be connected to the house, but it might be connected to like an underground water pump. So, yeah. When you do detailed investigations like that, you should bring out some other stuff like other devices that can look into the ground and make sure there's no cabling. I suppose there's some sort of LiDAR as well you could use to see if there's any digging in the area, which could suggest that maybe it was ploughed open and cables inserted. You know, over the years, our roads have been dug up around the neighbourhood here for fibre optics and other things, you know, more power lines as the neighbourhood keeps on growing. So, yeah, so you never know what goes on properties unless it's well documented, and often that's not. Because often when they dig up the cables in the road here, they always cut through some other cable they didn't know was there. Often like a street power cable or whatever, and then they're going to have to fix that, and so on and so on. And then they fix it, but then it rains, and then water gets into the crappy fixing because they didn't do a really good job.
Oh yeah.
We got a follower on Twitch of all places. Not many people watch there. Thanks for joining, and hope you enjoy the show. So yeah. We always got to question everything in this field. It's not that we don't believe in the paranormal or aliens or UFOs ourselves. It's just that we've got to be careful what other people are telling us, because they're driven by the dollar. And Ghost Adventures is dollar driven now. I think he's got something like $30 million now. You know, in the first stages when they were just like film students or whatever, apparently it was Nick Croft that came up with the idea for Ghost Adventures. There's a YouTube channel that breaks it all down, how they had it outfallen. But the Ghost Adventures was invented by Nick Croft, and Zak Bagains was a friend he knew that invited them in to be hosting it. And he took over and chucked out Nick. Didn't even say a good farewell episode. It was like a really bitter ending. I don't think Nick liked some of the stuff he was doing, especially Vulcan. I think Vulcan didn't like some of the practices and some of the shilling that was going on, because they said that they build up their credibility, but we know otherwise now, because he's using dodgy equipment and making claims which is false, that the XLS camera doesn't do false positive. Clearly does, because I looked at the latest episode using that same technology and I could see how the stick man was being filmed. Well, it wasn't really a man, it was like a stick figure of some kind. So yeah. It's disappointing, really. I've watched
External triggers
episode.
Is a good way to measure.
I've probably watched every episode of that show, and some of it could debunk, you know, some of the sounds sound like birds or owls or something like that, and they said, oh, did you hear that gill, when it's clearly an animal. And they tried to debunk stuff, you know, like dust and stuff like that, so they did seem to come across credible, but when Nick has left, they become less credible, I found. And I think money and all that's driven these guys. In fact, Zak Bagains won't even fly a plane now, and he sends out his teams to investigate, and he just connects to them via phone and what do you call it, video conferencing, because his mother had a dream that his son's going to die in a plane, and she begged him not to ever fly again. So he doesn't fly anymore. Talk about paranormal, Nora and paranormal. Paranormal are going to get him in the plane. It's like, was that Final Destination? I love that. I love Final Destination. It always cracks me up, that those horror movies. I'm always bursting out laughing when watching it. Have you seen the latest one? It's really hilarious. The guy that works in a tattoo shop. Spoiler. He's got all these rings hanging out his nose and lips and stuff, and this chain gets wrapped around the ceiling fan, spins around, grabs hold of a hook on his nose and pulls. Gradually it gets tighter and tighter and lifts him off the ground. And then he goes and kicks over this cleaning fluid, which has a candle or something, and it catches fire. It's hilarious, and he manages to escape, but anyway, this is one of many of the special things where they're trying to be killed in the episode, which is hilarious. But I don't know how they come up with these things, but I thought that's just great. Because, you know, you think people with all these things in their face would be more careful, because a lot of them go out acting tough, and all it takes is a punch in the face, and that's going to hurt like Billy-O, right? You got all that extra metal in the face. Yeah, sidetracked there. Go and check out the movie, it's funny.
An investigation, and there are digital Trifield meters that aren't so easily manipulated that one can use as well. Let's take another popular ghost hunting tech trope. So
far we got the REMpod. Can be manipulated, and we got the Trifield meter, similar way, and we also got the DR60, the EVP voice recordings can be faked using a particular piece of recorder. Maybe they should go old style, cassette tapes again, or whatever, which are less likely to be able to be faked. If you use like a standard old cassette recorder, I suppose one of those portable ones that had the microphone on them, but they probably wouldn't catch anything, and the show would be poor for ratings, and the TV company wouldn't pick them up anymore.
Trope: flashlight communication. The technique behind this works as follows. Get yourself a twist on off flashlight and split the difference.
Alright, now we're talking about the flashlights, and apparently if you turn the head of it around so it's only barely touching, as it turns on, it heats up, right? And then it turns off and it cools down, and the contact's expanding and contracting all the time. But the way this torch is designed is when it cools down, it turns on again, and it starts expanding, and then it turns off. It's in reverse of what you think it should be doing. So it's always flashing off and on by itself. And I've noticed they don't use that anymore since they got exposed. Haven't seen them using the flashlight thing. They used to have 3 of them set up, and you know, all 3 would turn off at the same time, or then 2 would come on, and then they realised they probably did some experiments themselves and realised they come on randomly anyway. So that's the sort of thing you should be doing to validate that before you start showing it in a show. They say, we got this new piece of equipment, we've done these tests. We do these tests now to prove to you what it does, and it doesn't come on randomly. And we just turn on a CB radio, see if it's interference. We're still in a Faraday cage. Does it still work? Yeah. And then go on. Then you'd be more credible, more respectable investigator. But they don't do that. That goes for ghost hunters, taps, Jason, or whatever his name is.
So that the device teeters in between being fully engaged and not. You want to loosen it just enough so that if you tap the flashlight, it will flicker on. Now set the flashlight down and begin your line of questioning, or invite entities to come and touch the device in order to communicate with you. The theory behind this trope is that the electromagnetic energy from the entities touching the flashlight will create enough juice to connect the bulb to its power source, resulting in a beam of affirmation. Many investigative programs will stitch together video snippets of this communication to make it seem like the flashlight is going off.
I suppose technically, if you got something that vibrates like a speaker, and it vibrates the torch next to it, it's going to turn on the torch at the same time. So yeah, there's lots of ways.
Off after questions are being asked. The only problem is, this is TV magic. If you leave a twisted flashlight lightly disengaged in this manner, the short circuit effect will trigger at random. What ends up happening is that there are dozens of questions and statements that either contradict or have nothing to do with the narrative a series is pushing. And it's these statements that are left on the cutting room floor, so all viewers are left with is, OMG, flashlight proof of ghosts. No, you just have a bunch of well-paid adults talking to a $15 Home Depot purchase in the dark. Very compelling television indeed. Many paranormal investigators have discussed the problem with the flashlight trick, because it is indeed a trick, in the past.
Yeah.
If you speak to any electrical engineer
I debunked it years ago myself.
They'll more than likely affirm that the random short-circuit effect is indeed a consequence of engaging the device's on-off mechanism, and not someone's grandma telling them that they're proud of them or she's still not giving up her biscuit recipe, even if she's dead. Again, not all ghost hunting tech is inherently bad or intentionally nefarious. It's just that they're not reliable enough to be used as empirical evidence or proof of paranormal activity. It's for this reason my team have enlisted the help of respected scientist Dr. Harry Clower and aerospace engineer Zak Bagains. We're a group of people who genuinely believe in the paranormal and we seek actual, scientific proof. We want to bring the field out of the realm of pseudoscience and into an actual study with real, quantifiable data. We are not people out to make a quick buck from ghost hunting who otherwise don't believe in what we're doing. Whether you agree with what we believe or not, we are pursuing what we do with honesty and open eyes. In my opinion, there are too many people who've had too many strange experiences to discount the pursuit of paranormal research as a pastime for deluded hobbyists.
Yeah.
As Brandon says, if it's not normal, it's paranormal, and we want to get to the bottom of that, in an honest way. Mustafa Gadalari is the host and producer of Haunted Discoveries and a paranormal investigator on...
So there you go. It's got some comments here. But yeah, I thought it was quite interesting. So it says one of many people. But I'll probably have to check out his show if they're really that credible.
I had the Trifield here with me. Caught on to something.
Is that a preview we can't get rid of? Yeah, it looks like it. Remember the shadow thing that kept going around in the lighthouse? That one's really interesting, one of Ghost Hunters. Where it was meant to be haunted. And they could see shadow people moving. And they actually caught it on video, and you could see it breaking the light running around, but there was no one up there. Now, I think that was true paranormal happening there, because if they went up there and saw birds or something like that, or rats, they would explain it, right? But where would a rat go? You know, it's on the metal. It was on metal framework and metal stairs. Yeah, and it seemed to respond and go different directions. It always kept one level higher as they went up. But I think that was real paranormal, that one. But they went downhill after that, didn't they? Paranormal. So this is really just captured, just updating some stuff. Why didn't it paste? What else did I post in that one? Why is it not opening up? It's just lagging. Still messing up my browser. I don't know why. Oh no, here we go. It's cool. Going back and forth. Open and stay open. Yes. Okay, full screen here. The tabs on this is stupid, but anyway, there's not much I can do about it. I did find some other links here as well. Talking about the Faraday cage, DR16 recorder known to make artifacts. Okay, so that is the other article here. Which is quite an interesting read as well. Oh, maybe you can read out some of that. But this one goes on and on and on. So I might just do a wee bit of this one. Forgot to get a drink, didn't I? Okay. Let's see how it goes. And I'll see if I can get a drink.
The hype around the Panasonic RR-DR60. Chris Amandier. Follow. 9-minute read. June 2nd, 2023.
Oh, 9 minutes we can cope with.
7. 1. Illustration, Chris Amandier. This is the written version of an episode of Buried Secrets podcast, which you can also listen to here or on your favorite podcatcher. In a 2009 experiment, cheap thrift store objects were listed on eBay, accompanied by uniquely compelling product descriptions. The copy was penned by a star-studded cast of writers, including Meg Cabot, William Gibson, Ben Greenman, Sheila Heti, Neil LaBute, Jonathan Lethem, Tom McCarthy, Lydia Millett, Jenny Offill, Bruce Sterling, Scarlett Thomas, and Colson Whitehead. The 200 objects, purchased for $250, sold for nearly $8,000, because of the power of the narratives that were created for each item. I think about that experiment often, especially when it comes to sought-after paranormal devices. If you look up the Panasonic RR-DR60 on eBay, you'll be greeted with listings of the decades-old device priced at an eye-watering $4,000 to $5,000.
Wow.
Similar vintage recorders, like the Panasonic RRQR240 and Panasonic RRQR80, go for a steep $500. So, what's the deal? Are people just particularly nostalgic for old Panasonic recorders from the 1990s? If you're into the paranormal, you already know the answer to that. Within the ghost hunting community, the Panasonic DR60 is famous for supposedly being the creme de la creme of EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, recorders. Supposedly, this recorder can capture EVPs better than any other. However, plenty of people have claimed that the device adds weird sound artifacts to any recording. That's why the recorder was discontinued, after all. Other folks have said that most of the recordings turn out pretty normal, but that they do get a higher than average amount of EVPs. I first learned about the Panasonic DR60 from the podcast Astonishing Legends, which published an episode in 2018 in which they brought the mythical device to the equally mythical Sally House in Atchison, Kansas. In the episode, they play what seems like a possible EVP. It certainly sounds like a terrifying otherworldly being is screaming at them.
Yep.
But it could also be a glitch, I couldn't say. I have never used this device, but I'm interested in why this recorder is so popular. Part of it, I think, is the obvious. People want communication from entities, and this device seems to deliver EVPs. Never mind that it seems to add weird audio distortions to many ordinary recordings. Another aspect might be the legends that have grown up around the recorder, a la that 2009 eBay experiment. If enough people are told that something has a particular power and backstory, then a certain number of those people will believe it. Especially if the product is featured on TV. But if you listen to the last few episodes, you know what I'm about to say. I also think that nostalgia might be at work. In the last couple episodes, I talked about nostalgia and paranormal investigation, from the use of spirit boxes to instant photography in ghost hunting. Many of the devices that we use to investigate the paranormal happen to be iconic technology connected to the 1980s and the 1990s. I think that nostalgia has a large influence on the devices we choose to use to investigate the paranormal. As someone who was born in the 1980s, I certainly have plenty of that nostalgia myself, and it's easy for me to idealize old tech and believe that it was better in some ways, or at least more charming. You'll often catch me raving about my old 2000s era PowerBook G4, for example. Or walking around Queens taking pictures with one of my 2 instant cameras. I'm not immune to nostalgia, for sure. The Panasonic DR60 is interesting, because despite being from the 1990s, it doesn't use tape, it's a digital recorder. However, it also doesn't connect to computers via USB. My understanding is that in order to get recordings off of it, you have to play the recording out loud and then record that audio. The DR60 seems to be a piece of in-between technology, much like the Sony Mavica, a 90s digital camera that used floppy disks, and later CDs, for storage, or minidisc player. I still feel nostalgic about my old minidisc player, even though I replaced it with a Walkman that played CDs as soon as I could because it was such a pain to have to rip CDs onto blank minidiscs if I wanted to listen to them. I have a real soft spot for mostly useless in-between technology, because it's typically innovative but also not quite innovative enough. Minidiscs were a great idea that didn't quite work for most consumers and was rendered obsolete by MP3 players. Though it sold well in its time, the Mavica was eventually replaced by digital cameras. I had one as well, but hardly use it. The DR60 was discontinued because of its low recording quality, but USB-connected digital recorders probably would have led to its extinction anyway. You know, I'd find the DR60 quaint if it didn't piss me off so much. I despise the narrative that a person needs to spend a ton of money to investigate the paranormal, which is why when I fleshed out my version of the solo Estes method, I focused on finding affordable gear alternatives wherever possible.
That's what I do.
Despite enjoying tech for a long time, I mostly issued paranormal gadgets, aside from my spirit box and a digital recorder, because of their high cost. I'm of the opinion that you can use anything to investigate the paranormal, from your own senses to a paper fortune teller, a set of dice, deck of tarot cards, or a voice recorder app on your phone. I've also been on a DIY gadget kick. I want to find ways to create DIY versions of devices that would otherwise be inaccessible to most people, including me. I've been chronicling my adventures in learning to solder and build things on my blog. But to get back to the DR60, I noticed that its price, as reported in articles, skyrocketed year over year. In the late 90s, the DR60 cost about $20, or $37 in 2023. In 2014, it apparently cost $300, $400. In 2017, it cost about $1, $200, $400. And as I mentioned, a lot of the eBay listings are right around the $4,000, $5,000 mark right now, in the year of our Lord 2023. eBay is full of listings with language urging customers to act fast or they'll miss out on a rare opportunity to buy a genuine DR60. Other vintage recorders have hopped on the bandwagon, as well. One listing for a Panasonic RRQR80, which, remember, now sells for about $500, says things like if you are using a Panasonic RR-DR60 by itself without a Panasonic RRQR80 for EVP, you are only getting part of the picture. Professional investigators have learned that they need to use both an RR-DR60 and RRQR80 at the same time. That absurd, High-pressure sales-type language is sleazy, ultra-capitalist drivel, and is a symptom of the bizarre hype around the device. I don't necessarily think that the device is a scam, but I don't support the narrative around it.
I do.
Get Chris Amandier's stories in your inbox.
No,
Join
thanks.
Medium for subscribe.
No.
I'm not trying to call anyone out here. I can't fault the people who use, buy, and sell these devices.
Well, I don't know
Honestly,
why.
if I came across one, I'm not sure that I could resist the temptation. I live in New York City, and selling it would get me the equivalent.
So it's the same problem with ufology. You know, they might catch Tyler hoaxing something, but they carry on watching them. It's just like this girl here. I can't condemn people for using the DR60 and telling it, screaming at people. Well, you know it's an artifact, right? It's, you should be calling out people, and it should be like, we're not going to watch you anymore until you start addressing that and changing your gear or whatever. But anyway, enough of that. You can see that she's trying to be in the middle ground there. But I think if something's been called out really that bad, you can't trust anything on the tape recorder after that, right? It's kind of stupid, really, but the D60 recorder paranormal. Now, people have known this for years, and I've only just found out this year about this, and you've probably only found about it through me, you know? This just goes to show how well cover-up it has been, unless you know to do searches on it. Now, I did it on pure chance when I was doing that episode, remember? And I thought I'd do a look up on SLS cameras live, and then we bumped into that DR60 thing. Oh, no, that's right, I emailed the guy, and then he talked about, oh yeah, they're using the DR60, and I thought I'd better investigate that, and I did it live on the show, remember? But anyway, this is how we find out things, you know, by pure chance often. Let's take this one. Oh yeah, we've got Skinwalker Ranch updates. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, we got Skinwalker Ranch. Maybe I need to come back to that. I think we need to do more UFO videos first. Oh yeah, that's Skinwalker Ranch. Alright, we got Secureteam. I suppose we could do him since we were talking about him. So he's put out another video since we were last on, and it's terrible. It's just another easily explained thing, so let's just go through it. What's up, guys? I got some creepy music at me. I'll just zoom in a bit. Scary. I just add some dramatic effects, camera noise. Yeah. Yeah, we don't use clicker sounds on digital cameras anymore. He obviously doesn't make his own music. And he certainly doesn't make his music on that. That's a horrible noise. Okay. Promote himself first, does it?
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler.
What's up, guys? Gotta promote myself.
Back with Secureteam, and if you didn't catch my most recent video regarding
which was pure garbage, it has been debunked.
3i Atlas and the recent updates surrounding it, head over and check that out. Much appreciated. Now let's get into this. So this week, a user on Reddit posted a video.
So He's found some stuff on Reddit. I think that might be one of his major sources now. You know, these people will say they get so much in the inbox sent from people doing their own recordings, never ends up on the channel. Same with third phase, right? It's just nonsense.
So that is, in my opinion, a stunning example of something that we have been tracking for years. The title alone of the Reddit post said...
Okay, so you can't tell the speed of something unless it's like the Navy pilots have, right? So this Reddit poster calculation at 300 miles per hour is just absolutely nonsense. Unless you got stereo cameras, unless you got laser ranging like the Navy pilots have, and lists your altitude, and it gives you altitude off the target. There's no way you can work out speed on a video. For a start, we don't know how big it is, but you could make assumptions, and in this case it's most likely a bug close to the camera than it is something closer to the sea level here. But you can see it's just a pixelated UFO again.
It's the stage. Reading, quote, filmed 300 mile per hour object moving above ocean.
You know, if it's a UFO, they're going to be doing hypersonic speeds. They're not going to be traveling at 300 miles an hour above boats on the ocean. For a drone above them to be filming them, this would never happen. If anything, it's more likely if it's a UFO's flying, it's going at hypersonic speed, and the crashes into the drone, destroying it completely, and just vaporizes it. It's more likely to be under the water as well, which we found out. USOs. Why fly around in a beach near a beach when you could be simply under the water and no one would notice? You know, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Common sense, really.
And with my drone, WTF is this? He goes on to describe a, quote, basketball-sized object skimming just above the surface of the water at extreme speed, easily.
Again, it wouldn't be traveling at 300 miles per hour. So it's most likely a bug, but people come up with, in the comments, I've actually found the Reddit post for it. I'm not sure if I bookmarked it here or not, but some people said it was a fishing lure, someone cast in from the boat, which is a possibility, but I don't think so. Someone reckons it's another drone, because people fly them around beaches, and 300 miles per hour nowadays for some drones, especially if they want to do racing over water, is pretty average now. I think some go up to 400 or even faster speeds now. Some said it was a flying fish jumping in and out of the water, which is also another possibility, but unlikely, because it's just a bug with what you call ghosting, a ghosting effect, and rolling motion blur, and possibly rolling shutter. Although the rolling shutter would probably be left to right here. It's only going to change the motion from left to right to being wrong rather than up and down. But you'll see in a minute, it creates these little dot patterns, which is what we call ghosting.
300 miles per hour based on frame.
You can't see it unless you really zoom in, like he did with his video editing software here.
Quote. And frankly, the footage
delivers.
Or
I think someone else did it and he just used it.
Clip. The footage starts out with the drone hovering there on a peaceful day above the ocean.
So these dark things in the water, you could say, is USOs, but that's actually big clumps of schools of fish under the water, and that's why they use drones nowadays, and kites and balloons with cameras, so they can see where the fish are and dangle the lure down into them.
and it's just filming a school of fish. Standard wildlife stuff. The same stuff that I do every time I have the chance to go on vacation to Carolina Beach, North Carolina. I love to take my drone out there over the ocean. And so
there's a seagull or something flying past.
And then we see a white bird that glides into the frame. And you can see that this is definitely a bird. You can see its wings flapping. There's no weird business.
Of course, he's never said that when that sort of blinked like that with those moon videos he used to put up. He used to say, that's no bird, that's no bat. When clearly it was. Could even been butterflies flying at night time, but...
business going on. But the very next second, boom, we witness...
Hey, you can see this is sort of skipping as well. See how it's skipping? So rolling shutter will be left to right. So this is like skipping, if you watch it carefully.
Indecipherable to the eye unless zoomed in on a small...
So it looks like a little glitch. I don't know if it's a glitch in the camera software, firmware, or the settings.
White object, an orb.
And of course we're looking at a really small object now, moving faster, which is slowed down.
You want to call it that. Rockets into view, blasting straight down across the water before just vanishing out of the frame at the bottom, exactly like the uploader described. So this is where
which is moving just like the bird. It's sort of skipping along, but it's something smaller.
Love to take my drone out there over the ocean. And so in his footage we see a school of fish, and then we
I'll
see
zoom in
a
even
white
further for you.
bird that glides into the frame. And you can see that this is definitely a bird. You can see its wings.
See how it's sort of
there's no
weird
blinking going on. But the very next second, boom,
see how it's sort of skipping?
Almost indecipherable to the
and
eye,
with the wings, and that's probably what's happening with the bug as well.
White object, an orb,
which you can hardly see.
Rockets into view, blasting straight down across the water.
Okay, so if we go for the comparison of the bird onto this, that just proves it's way smaller than a bird, and a bird is smaller than a basketball, and the guy on the Reddit saying it's a basketball size, that totally debunks his own video with these two clips close together as a comparison of the school of fish. And we've got a reference point now, and that bird's probably at the same altitude of so-called UFO, which is not. It's probably actually closer again to the camera than the bird was, but yeah, it looks like an insect, but we don't know what kind, and they often leave little dots of bright lights
before just vanishing out of the frame at the bottom. Exactly.
Now, why would it vanish? Well, it would vanish if it simply dived down into the water, or died, or changed direction even. But in this case, he's talking about at the bottom of the video. Otherwise, the camera loses focus of it because it wasn't focusing on it, because it didn't see it at the time. It was only after he's reviewing the video he saw this little dot go past, which is often bugs,
like the uploader described. So this is where the real work begins. When I slowed this down, zoomed in, and motion tracked it with a little color enhancement, you can see the telltale signs of what we like to call in the UFO research community as a fast mover. And you can look at
a fast what? Mover? Now, I've never heard of fast mover ever. I've heard of fast walker, but not a fast mover. So, this guy's going to be like a UFO expert. Does people use fast movers? Fast mover. Let's see, fast mover. Let's just type that in. Fast mover. It's come up with finishing supplies. Oh, it's a travel. What's it? A moving company. Fast movers. Furniture removal. Alright, let's put in the UFO. Does that come up? Pentagon UFO videos. Don't about fast movers. Right, here's one. High speed UFOs. It's a book. Another fast mover I caught last night. 1 year ago. But we don't call them fast movers, so it looks like they've changed the name for what reason I don't know. Fast movers. We don't call them fast movers though. That looks like it's mostly YouTube and Amazon links here. We call them fast walkers, and it's normally one word, isn't it? Fast walkers. That's the proper name. Fast walkers. Okay, let's just do a comparison. It's from fast walkers and fast movers. UFOs. Gotta put UFOs in there. AI. There isn't a functional difference. Fast walker is a term and fast mover is a descriptive phrase, both referring to an unidentified flying object. So one's a term, which is the proper term, one is a descriptive. So fast walker means fast moving. That's really what it's saying there, isn't it? So really, it's fast movers is wrong. Origin from NORAD, so it goes a few back away, doesn't it? This is more general descriptive phrase for a UFO. High speeds, fast movers are noted for their ability to perform maneuvers. So it's not really a fast walker. Essentially, a fast walker is a type of fast mover. It's like a subset. Okay. Anyway. Where is it? We'll go back here.
The difference here. The bird in the shot has wings. It flaps visibly. It leaves no trail. But
the other thing is so small that a camera can't see that kind of detail, and it's only 60 frames a second probably.
Orb UFO, it leaves a blur signature, a ghost of itself, a series of fading.
Because it's moving faster than the camera CMOS can process. And he doesn't tell people this. He doesn't tell people things with problems with cameras.
Copies trailing behind it that stretch along.
Because then he wouldn't get the subs that he has. You know, I've got 3,000 for telling the truth. He's got millions for not telling the truth.
Path. You can count maybe 4 or 5 of them. And that's not flapping wings, guys. That is the signature.
That's so small you won't even be able to see the wings on a bug.
Of something moving at a freakish.
But you can see that the camera's having trouble with it.
High velocity. Now that estimate of.
So you can see this ghosting where it was last at. It leaves a little ghost image on the CMOS because it's moving so fast. Because CMOS scans like a flatbed scanner. It's not a global shutter where it gets all the pixels at once. It makes the image. It scans across. And of course, if objects moving faster than the technology can process, you end up with these artifacts.
Of basketball sized, and the 300 plus miles per hour might sound sensational, but whether you buy those exact numbers or not.
I think Travis Taylor would say it's 5,000 miles per hour, like his fly on the camera that he got.
The behavior here is not organic. There's no flapping, no visible propulsion, no.
Anyway, it's getting a bit boring this video.
Splash. Now this UFO mirrors patterns that we've tracked on this channel alone for many years.
Okay, and we've debunked every single one of these as bugs, snowflakes, as pollen, debris from fire, where you get ash in the air and it comes down. Seed pods, you know, where you get those ones that break off the tree and they fly with the air current. They don't keep on flying downwards. Some of them just get lifted up in the air currents up really high, then start coming back down. So there's all sorts of things, junk in the sky that can look really strange when it's approaching a drone camera really fast, and it's very small, and there's no way to know how big it is.
Tiny, bright, fast movers that every time they are
Fast walkers,
captured, they just streak across the sky. No visible means of propulsion, and gone before you blink. No one knows what they are. All we do know is that they are fast movers, and
we do know. Sometimes you can analyze a video and actually bring up a shape and work out the size of it as well. Remember there was that one with the Falcon. Looks like it comes from the ridge and it approaches the drone camera and then it flies past. Now, if that was like a real UFO, that would have like a amazing, what do you call it, a wake of wind that drone would have been probably knocked out the air, and it doesn't even wobble. At least it would have to wobble, because it would create like you get on a plane when you go over air pockets, and the plane, the airliner bounces up and down, right?
The title that these things have been given certainly fits. And I'm going to feature some of the other amazing fast mover footage that I've posted over the years on the channel here in just a minute. But as far as this here,
please don't.
Could this be advanced drone tech? Possible, but drones typically have structure, and we're talking rotors, stabilization, air disturbances. Nothing like that here. Could it be
There's no way you could tell that anyway, but it's just a silly video. Let's just move it on a bit. So yeah, this where he had the tails, right? You can see it's like a constant spacing. That's because it's a limitation of the camera and the speed of the object, and at least some charge on the CMOS while it's still processing the full frame.
Napolska for capturing this. You have given us a classic fast mover. Small, high...
I can't stand and saying fast mover. It just doesn't sound right, does it?
Called Fast Movers. UFO almost knocks out drone.
Oh, that's where he's got the name from. From his own video from years ago. 9 years ago. Knocks out drone. What a load of crap. Anyway, this is a watch.
So this is from 2016. We have a drone flying high above a beautiful...
Okay, so we've got a storm front here. That should be a clue there, what could be in the air. Storms generally have ice crystals and all sorts of snowflakes, and if it's like a tornado type cloud, it could even suck up debris into the high up in the sky and it can come down. So let's see what it is.
Beautiful rural landscape, and within this footage, I believe there were multiple fast movers captured, and we are going to play that right now. And so we see the drone panning here, and
the famous red arrow.
the first of these fast movers appears to the lower left of center in the frame, right where that road.
Yeah, so it could be a number of things, and sometimes it takes a wee while to analyze it to work out what it is, whether it's a bug.
Curves in a boomerang shape, and you can see where I placed.
Ah, it's a boomerang. He's got good eyes.
These things are very hard to spot. So then, 5 minutes later, in the same piece of footage, we get the money shot. We get yet another fast mover, this time racing towards the drone, straight out of the clouds in the distance, also circled by the red annotation here, which I will let loop over a couple times for you guys. And like I said, it almost knocked his drone out.
And if that was a big object, it would have wobbled. And it didn't. So he talks garbage. Let's see, Jimmy, stupid. I don't think it's working, is it? How many frames is he going to do before it goes? Lets it going normal.
He sent this footage, and look how fast these things move. It's
We
almost
can't. Oh, here we go. So let's just zoom in on it. See if we can see any shape to it. You can see some motion blur. It's stretching. It's got some ghosting. Where's it gone? So the camera sensor's not picking it up now. But it looks like it might be there. Why is it going backwards? Oh, I must have pushed the wrong button. Okay, where's it gone? Yeah, it looks like it's blended in with the background. Okay, it's a ghost. So what's it going to be? It could be an insect. It could be an ice flake. Could even be a bird. Because that looks like the wingtips there, doesn't it? Where is it? Looks like it curves back there, like some flapping happening. The camera's not fast enough to pick up it properly. To film a bug going past, you need like a minimum of 4,000 frames a second, ideally 8,000 frames a second. And you can only get that on burst mode. You can't do it on normal video mode, as you know, it only goes up to 60 frames. But you can do it with no volume and full photo mode, and you can have the shutter go as fast as it can, and you can make it, some cameras can go up to 8,000, 10,000 frames a second. Then you're cooking with gas. Keeps moving it. It keeps moving it, so what's going on there? Can't see any other changes in the shape happening. Wouldn't say it was a boomerang though.
Now next, here we have yet another very famous fast mover clip that was so intriguing, it's been featured.
Hang on, that's the Falcon one that I was talking about. And I've actually got a video that breaks it down with mathematics and stuff and works out pixels. And I do various enhancements to it. And you can see it has a bird gliding shape to it. Anyway, just
countless UFO
yeah, a lot of shield UFO documentaries use it.
Documentaries. Likewise, I posted on it the moment that it hit the web a few years back.
Of course you did.
And so we see this beautiful
Okay, so it's a Falcon that was dive bombing downwards here, sees a drone and changes direction, and you can see it's got its wings open, and it, instead of attacking it, it's not sure and it flies past instead. Normally they think it's a prey, but once he got close to it, he saw it wasn't a regular prey and got the hell out of there.
Sprawling mountainous landscape out in the Midwest of the United States, and yet another super fast.
So I've actually got one called the Falcon one on that one. We use proper maths and algorithms. This one here, done how many years ago now? Long time ago. Drone vs cam. Only got 9 lights, 2019. Okay, so that's the drone that was filming it. And at first we see it do a side view of the bird. And then it sees the drone thinking it's something to eat, and it changes its direction. And it starts heading towards the camera with its wings apart, of course. And gliding on the air currents. And those birds can do a certain speed. And then it decides to leave the drone alone and fly past. Because it happens really fast. 60 frames a second. What factors suggest it's not a craft? I said here any video can be CGI, however I don't think this one is. My main reason why it wasn't CGI is why make it look like it could be a bird. Why not just make it more like a classic flying disc flying past, right? Yeah, so look up the equations for calculating it, and there was an online calculator you could plug in all your sensor readings and all that, lens type, and the size of the object. So plugging in the size of a typical Falcon, and then working out the first pixels we see on the screen, where the sensor can only pick up a certain number of pixels before it's actually visible. So I go from where it's 3 to 4 pixels. What was that? Right, this is looking at the web page where you put in the calculations. So break it down. That's gliding at 102 meters per second. All this boring stuff that you have to do to analyze stuff. And then I start looking at the video, and you can see it's like 3 or 4 pixels. Looks like a round circular object to start with. Then it seems to be going longer, and then it seems to be rotating like a bird, right? Yeah. This just comes over the ridge here. Then it starts diving sideways. We see it diving sideways to us. And it sees us as a prey and comes towards us as it's picking up speed. And then at the last minute it changes its mind, starts changing direction, and flies past. Alright, does that look like a UFO? It's changing shapes as it's flying. Really ultra zoom pixels. And you can see it's not circular, it's not disc shaped. And you can see like a bird as it's changing its wing shape as it's diving. It's not flapping the wings, but you can see the wings are bending. And then it gets more defined as it gets closer to camera, and it's gone. Yeah, so everything fits, you know. I'll post a link to that anyway. Now, the people weren't forthcoming on all the settings, so I had to estimate some things on it. And it still fit a Falcon as far as I'm concerned. First, Walker. Okay. How many people we got out there? I only got 8 today, have we? Okay. That's a bit of a shame. Where is everybody? That's the question. I'll just make sure. If you like the show so far, do hit a like so other people know it's worthy of a watch. Oh, 8 unpilled, so we've had a few drop-bys there. But there must be something else on TV people are watching. I don't know, must be something going on. Hey, where's my alien gone? Hey. That's strange. Looks like I'd like to bring him back up again. I've actually got a bigger version of him here. I haven't mucked around with it much more to try and improve it. And it's got more of a round head, this one. Urgh, creepy. How's everybody? I'm coming to get you in your sleep. Then you can move around. And I'll just use my regular one because it's fastest. That's all the microphones I've got on the system. Most of them are virtual microphones though. And you can see he's a wee bit more, I've stretched him a wee bit more. I prefer that shape more than the rounder shape. But this shows you can manipulate the image to be either elongated a wee bit or more rounded, and it still looks pretty good. So that was a sculpture that Robert Farman got made up, and he got someone to paint it for him. And he took some photographs, and I took those photographs and made it into an animation or avatar. But anyway, took me 3 days. I was pretty proud of that achievement. Don't go away, alien. You didn't like us talking about paranormal, did you, Mr. Gray? But anyway, whereabouts were we? We talked about this video here. Stupid. It's just a bird. And now the guys used this like a viral video to self-promote their new company, and everybody was a bit suspect. They did it on purpose and may have even done CGI on it to make a fake.
White orb-like object can be seen suddenly blasting towards the drone from the mountains and hills in the distance, center of frame, and well, you guys are seeing it here. And notice that it shares all the hallmarks. And so yeah, to lead out today's video, I'm going to let play a few other
now, Mick West, he didn't go with my thing. He said it was a piece of fluff from trees. What do you call it? Seed pod or something like that. But he has another name for it. Sky debris or something. I don't know. Something like that. I don't believe so. Because why would it be changing all those different angles? If it was a seed pod, it would simply just be going along in the wind or constantly spin around with the wind. While it's headed towards the camera, it's more likely to be a bird because it's, I don't know, all the numbers seem to fit into the calculator alright. Size of the sensor, the type of lens used.
I've featured over the many years on this channel, so be sure to watch until the end and notice that some of these objects are white while others take on a darker color. Now, whether that has to do with the time of day that they
it depends how much sunlight is reflecting off bugs normally, but in this case it's a white falcon.
were recorded or not, they definitely fit the bill in the fast mover category. And so I hope you enjoyed today's video. If you have footage similar
it's
to
pure
this,
garbage,
or any
mate.
sort of strange or bizarre news or UFO footage of your own, don't hesitate to send it in.
And still going on. Have we got something else? A bag. He's not even talking about it. So it's a fast zoom off something, right? And it could be anything that far off in the distance. Possibly a weather balloon. Or even a miler balloon, right? Ridiculous. Oh, that music's terrible. Speaking of which, I've got a copyright claim myself, but I'll probably talk about that in a minute. And it's a legal one too. And Google won't do a thing about it. So we're picking up a bird in the distance, are we? A white thing. What's it, this CGI, this one, where it makes the crop circle? Looks like something there. Is that people standing in the crop circle? Yeah, this too, isn't it? There's people down there. And you know what that probably is? It's probably a drone taking an aerial view of it. You know, this is how stupid his videos are. Oh look, we got a UFO and there's people in the crop circle. Oh, could it be them flying a drone around? Would make sense, wouldn't it? Or did they disturb a bird nesting in the grasses? Yeah. What's this garbage here? Constant speed by the looks of it. Even space. $500 meters. 4,000 miles per hour. In that case, it would have to be an insect, not a drone. That's exactly the saying that Travis Taylor, got called out on. With his fly, and you could see the wings flapping, you know. And the TV channel purposely tried to show a blurred version of it, and they didn't blur it in the trailer. And of course, everybody got hold of the trailer version, which is 4K, and they could see perfectly the wings of a fly flapping up and down. So these people always get caught out. But anyway, that's Tyler done with again. Oh, actually, we'll just have a look at his comments. See if anyone has talked about the same thing I have. Okay. There's first. Let's see. Some interesting videos here, Tyler. So that's someone that's living in a bubble. More fuzzy pics and blurry videos. Yay! Someone's waking up. Always the same stuff. Yep. That's why you should be watching me. I got some that's not flurry bobs. I got a classic flying disc video on my channel, or actually images, so I wasn't allowed to play the video. Okay, let me be judge. I saw 2 silver round basketball size spheres over a large field of hay back in MO. When it was 15. I believe these spheres are responsible for crop circles and cow modulations. He means mutilations. Yeah. When it could be just simply 2 miler balloons from a party next door, right? So Military drone. Love it. Tyler, you may go to UFO. You're my go-to UFO channel, man. Yep, that's why you won't learn anything. Watch the video in 4K and the lowest speed and you'll find dozens of small drones. Not always white, very often blacker than black. What the fluff. Amazing what we're King up with technology now. Don't know what he's talking about. I don't think it's a ghost trail of the object. It is. I think the object is close enough to the water. No, it's not. It's closer to the camera. Could be a weapon. No. This is what we call shooting stars. I'm intrigued that it seems these are only seen in US. No, they're certainly seen everywhere. Been watching since the beginning. 4-person. Could be phasing in and out. No, it's ghosting. CMOS technical error. Taylor, you're the guy that woke me up. Well, he woke you up to how to be a shill, if that's the case. Why are these fish not moving? Why are the fish not moving? Yeah, that's a good point. It's because they slowed it down a lot, that's why. Possible ripples in the water as it skips across the tops of the waves. So you reckon this one's through a stone off the boat. Spent half the video on old clips, only showed one new clip falling off. The first UFO looks like pulse propulsion. This guy Tyler comes and goes. Finger down. I've also filmed fast mover. Also using the wrong term really. Water bubbles look like thrust booster. I have similar footage and most likely know what it is. Sorry, I've been skipping stones again. Could have been a large caliber bullet. 50 MBG would travel approximately 300 miles per hour underwater after a few foot. Glad you come back. Really? Another great video. Really? Awesome. US new Mata ray drone. No. I wonder how the trailing light photo compares to videos of high powered weapons. Don't think you get that unless you've got a really good camera with a high refresh rate, like Flight of the Navigator. I wouldn't necessarily call it a UFO encounter. Love the videos. These objects look like recent caught bugger. Here we got. We've got some ding dings happening. Who do I miss? It didn't say anything, did it? We got another raid, whatever that is. Raid 4. Volume is good. Okay, we've got that. Okay, let's go back. Right, we've got something popping up here. A dancing screen star. Okay, I can only see that. You guys see it better than I can because it's an overlay. Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to get the window open now. It's not responding to me again. It's got a bit slow. It's going to go up and down, up and down, up and down. Yeah, so where did we get to in the comments here? Amazing stuff. A flying fish. There we go. I don't think it's a UFO. It's most likely another form of terrestrial life that science hides from us. He's thinking of rods, I think. Amazing. This could be another drone. There we go. Another one. Good morning. Good reporting. Good chilling. These guys should subscribe to Reddit and they can bypass Tyler completely. It looks like one of those 1 meter spherical surveillance drones. No one said bug yet, which I find very interesting. These people are clueless. There must be someone. He's probably deleted those ones off, I reckon. Shame we can't search comments. It must be someone that said bug as well. Oh well. Tyler, this is the shit, I guess. All the people love him. Gotta live in a bubble. Last clip must be going thousands of miles per hour. And that it was doing about 102 miles per hour. So this is what happens when you don't know anything about maths, science, camera technology. You get fooled. Perhaps they should teach it in schools. Right. Maybe there was a few bits left. Yeah, but this is the copyright thing I got, right? From this company here called Lunar Walk. What they've done is they've used the same NASA recorders, which is all NASA stuff as PD. Is NASA footage public domain? Alright, and they've got a section here. Content, video, audio, media files are generally not subject to copyright in United States for non-commercial use. Okay. Oh, we got AI kicking in. Yes, generally NASA footage is in public domain and can be used for educational, which is what we were doing, or informational purposes without needing to ask for permission, as it's created by the US federal government. However, there are restrictions, including not being able to use national logos without permission and identify people in footage required their consent for commercial use. But it still can be used for educational, right? You also cannot employ NASA endorsement for commercial products or services. So we didn't do any of that, right? We did everything under fair use and all that. But I still got a copyright claim, and it's still on the video. And this is how stupid Google is, right? I said to him, I just got a false copyright on music video that used PD moon chat from NASA in their music. I have submitted a dispute, but can it be fast? It should be tracked, not tracker. This is the music video clearly using the same PD NASA source. Here's my video. See, they should not be able to copy protect that music because it's using public domain stuff. See here, copyright. Now I've disputed it. So at the moment it's got green ticks instead of crosses. And the PD, so I cut that off there in the search, and this is how stupid YouTube is. Hi there, you received a content ID claim and have already submitted a dispute. The next step is to wait for the claimant to respond within 30 days. So basically they do that on purpose. They wait 30 days and then they reject your claim so they get more money, right? That's what they do. Now, Google should take responsibility here and step in. They can afford the lawyers. They should be helping out YouTube creators not get scammed by someone that's making up music. It'd be like me making up a simple music video, putting some PD NASA stuff in, and collecting all the money on all those videos out there. So yeah. So that's just a known go. If they do not claim on your video, will expire and be released. So I know all this, but I'm saying that shouldn't even be in the copyright system, right? That music should not be copyright though. It's using PD material. Why am I punished, I should say, all the time and have to wait 30 days to expire to get it freed? It's almost done on purpose by a music firm to get money from anyone using NASA stuff. We understand. No, you don't. Where we're coming from. To clarify, copyright owners are the ones that decide whether other people can reuse their copyrighted protected content. If you think it's a mistake, it's best to continue submitting a dispute to resolve it. But it doesn't. It just goes back and forth between the person that made the music video and me, and it ends up going to court. It's just stupid. Should be taken out of the copyright system. They use public NASA footage in their music illegally. I played the original CBS News, not the music on my show. You need to look into it. And they don't bother replying after that. Effing stupid people. You can bet that's outsourced someone, right? Someone in India or someone like that. And Trump wants to get rid of that, which is a damn good idea. And that'll stir up all those lefties, right? Anything that Trump does, they always go opposite, right? At the moment, it's trying to change the gun laws, so if you're transgender on certain meds, that you can't apply for a gun because you might be suicidal or become a maniac gun person. Which is fair enough, you know. I think they do use really bad medications when they do surgeries like that, or they take the pills anyway without the surgeries to try and grow boobs, and it's got to mess up someone's mind. So yeah, soon they're trying to add that into the law, that if you state that you're having sex, operation drugs or whatever, or transgender, that you can't own a gun. It's now stirring up the left, who always been opposed to any guns, and they wanted to get rid of all guns, right? Now they're for transgender having guns because it's opposite to what, because of Trump. You know, it's just, you see it all the time. It's just, they're this bunch of crazy people. Now Trump wants to rename the Department of Defense to Department of War, which I believe it was originally called that anyway, during World War II or whatever. Now they're opposing that, saying, I guess we're always at war now. You know, got Mick West posting stupid stuff like that at the moment. And really, it's never ever been a Department of Defense. It's never been about defense. It's always been about trying to interfere in wars and start wars. It's never been about defense with America. It's probably the more correct naming now. And guess who's the warmongers? It's always been Democrats. Bush, Obama, Clinton's. And it's Trump who's trying to make peace. But I really think they should have really just put in Department of War and Peace. That would have solved it, right? But again, I guess it's less printing, if you think about it. War is less ink on the paper than printing defense all the time. But yeah, what would it be? It would be like DOW instead of DOD, which is the abbreviation they use. But anyway, that's me going off sidetrack on a rant there. Let's just catch up on the side comments, see if there's anything happening. No, looks like looks like it sort of stopped scrolling. Let's go down. Let's see. Cool, crazy guy. Haven't seen you for a while. How's it going? I've started to feel a bit better now, but I was a bit crook to start with in the stomach. I took some medications. Okay. Freeze to frizzle. That must have been that thing that popped up. Okay, all good. Okay, we're all caught up on the side there. Let's just carry on. Here we get out there at the moment. Do say hi in the side. Doesn't matter. If you're on Pilled, YouTube, or Rumble, it'll come out on the combined chat here. And I normally just check it. Looks like we got less people showing up today for some reason. I'm not too sure why. But yes, we had some leftovers from NASA here. Where was it now? The radiation thing on Skinwalker Ranch, Bigfoots. Have I got it out of order here? No. Okay, I'll go over the Skinwalker Ranch stuff. Oh, here we go. No, is that the one? Oh yeah, that's the one. It was on radiation as well. That's right. So, radiation and spacesuits and no star seen from the moon by camera. I missed this in AI Q&A on last live. Okay, so I started a chat with X's AI. Looks like we'd have to open it up. We can keep showing more, I guess. Oh no, wants to open it up now. So I started off here. Did NASA spacemen film during the day or night time? Remember, I wasn't sure if it was at night time or daytime or in between time that they filmed, because when you think about it, if it's in full daylight, the radiation would be too much. So it would have to be days calculated where they weren't going to get solar radiation, of course. So it still could be during the daytime, but carefully picked days when they got outside the protection of the spaceship on the moon. Also, this is why you can't see the stars, right? So it would have had to have been heavily lit reflections coming off the moon's soul, not through lighting, but from the sun, which then changes the exposure rates of the camera, and you don't see the stars anymore. And that's why the stars are all, never shown in the moon landing photographs, because they're working during the afternoon or whatever, where it's very bright, and the camera settings had to be shorter exposure, else everything else would be overexposed, like the spaceman suits and the ground they're working on. You won't see any detail. And we do get some photographs where it is overexposed that we've looked in the past. So yeah, this chat here just confirmed it with the AI. So I said here, did they film during the day or night? And NASA astronauts filmed on the moon during the lunar day, not night. The moon's surface is illuminated by sunlight for about 14 Earth days, followed by 14 days of darkness. All Apollo missions 69 to 72 were timed to land during the lunar morning or early day to ensure good lighting for visibility and filming. The ionic footage grainy black and white from Apollo 11 or colour from later missions was shot under sunlight, which provided stark contrast due to no atmosphere scattering light. Filming at night would have been impractical due to the extreme cold, so that's the main reason they didn't go out. It's pretty cold, and lack of light. If you're referring to Pacific clips or conspiracy theories, so the AI's picked up on that I might be referring it to conspiracy theories. Stars not visible, I can dig deeper. Then I said here, I was thinking radiation higher if filming in day, and wondering if space suits water cooling was part of the radiation protection. Remember I said that they had a layer of water in the suits? And it says you're right to consider radiation as a factor during lunar missions, especially during the lunar day. Let's break it down. Radiation on the moon during the day. The lunar day, lasting about 14 Earth days, exposes the moon's surface to direct sunlight and solar radiation, including solar wind, cosmic rays, and occasional solar flares. Unlike Earth, the moon lacks magnetic field and atmosphere. Well, apparently it has a really thin atmosphere though, but it's almost nothing, right, to shield against these. Radiation levels are indeed higher during the lunar day compared to night, as solar activity adds to the constant background of galactic cosmic rays. During Apollo missions, NASA estimated astronauts' radiation exposure at roughly 0.1 to 1 rad per mission, which is 1 to 10 micro grays. We talked about that last time, what a grey was and all that. And humans can take up to a 5 grey before they die. So we're talking about 1/10 at most of a grey. So it's way below fatal, right? Depending on solar activity. For context, X-ray is about 0.01 rad. I wish I talked about greys though. So that's X-ray is 100 times less. What they're saying there. Spacesuit design and radiation. The Apollo suits, officially called extravehicular mobility units, EMUs, were designed primarily for thermal regulation, micrometeorite protection, and mobility, with some radiation protection as a secondary benefit. Materials for radiation protection. The suits had multi-layers, including a fiberglass beta cloth, fiber-resistant and aluminiumized mylar, which offered limited shielding against low energy solar radiations and UV rays. This material could deflect some solar wind particles, mostly protons and electrons, but were less effective against high energy. The suits weren't thick enough to stop significant radiation, as that would make them too heavy and bulky. The helmet's gold-plated visor was critical for reflecting solar glare and UV radiation, protecting astronauts' eyes and face. Water cooling and radiation. The suits included a liquid cooling garment, a network of water-filled tubes worn under the outer layers to manage body heat in the moon's extreme temperatures up to 127 degrees C in sunlight. Really? Wouldn't you get cooked? The water cooling system was not designed for radiation protection. Water can absorb some radiation. It was used in nuclear reactors for shielding, but the small volume in the LCG, about 1 to 2 liters, and its thin distribution provided digital shielding. Its primary role was thermal regulation, preventing overheating. Okay, there you go. So it keeps on going there, makes a summary. Would this have been... This would have been why no stars, as the camera set for daytime and short exposure times. Exactly, it says. You hit on the key reason why stars aren't visible in the Apollo moon footage. The cameras used during the Apollo missions, like the Westinghouse TV camera, black and white for Apollo 11, color for later missions, and Hasselblad still camera, were set for daytime exposure to capture the brightly lit lunar surface under direct sunlight. Here's why that matters for stars. Bright lunar surface, 100,000 lumen. Whoa. Camera settings. Camera use short exposure. Blah blah blah. F/8. Blah blah blah. Dynamic range. No atmosphere. Alright, so I thought I'd just include that just to finish off that one from last weekend. And I think I might need to go to the toilet. We can have a look at the Bigfoot stuff next, and then the UFO videos. How are we going for time? Time flies, 2.5 hours, so not too bad. I want to try and keep it to 4 hours though, but it doesn't matter, we can always push some stuff to another weekend. I'm just gonna dash off for a minute, so I'll just put up something on the screen here. What did we play today? Probably won't work on soon. It never gets the cursor position right when you zoom. I'll probably do the UFO chasing sheep again, probably. Last time I didn't untick it, so I only played the first 5 seconds each time. So that should be working now, I think. Let's have a look. I have to open up another screen to see it, to see you see it. RAM, yes, so we got a UFO in it. And we got a sheep, a RAM, and a UFO. Yeah, that's good. I'll be back in a minute. it looks like it stopped. Maybe I hit it right last time, I don't know. Looks like it stopped. I got some other ones here. I used to do the Bigfoot one. I think it's got some sound on it though. That one you got untick. Some you don't, and some you do. Now that's me playing Close Encounters on it. So we're going to talk about Bigfoot next. We got Michael King finally waking up. Where you been? Anyway, enough of that. So yeah, I got a bit of deli belly, so I had to go to the toilet. Wasn't very nice, but yeah. Okay. So let's talk about Areogel first. That's the first one here. It's from that guy that we use occasionally. So we probably have to pause it every 4 seconds as we get copyright claim. But yeah, apparently there's another use for aerogel to filter seawater to make it drinkable, which is kind of interesting.
This is aerogel, one of the lightest solids on Earth. It beat my blowtorch, liquid nitrogen, and even a flamethrower. But can it make the ocean drinkable? Desalination by evaporation seems simple enough. You just heat up salty water and collect the fresh water. But using sunlight, it's horribly inefficient because water absorbs light deep below the surface.
Yeah, so it doesn't evaporate very good.
So most of the energy just warms the bulk. Only around 40% actually drives evaporation. So what if you could heat...
Well, we certainly get a lot of rainstorms from it, because they reckon the oceans are warming up with the climate change agenda.
just the surface, the part where water can actually evaporate. Well, that's exactly what a team at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University set out to do. With an
Again, it's the Asians coming through the cutting edge, huh?
aerogel that uses sunlight to turn surface water into steam. So to make it, they 3D print the material and then freeze it. Tiny ice crystals grow inside it, leaving microscopic vertical channels, like bundles.
Yeah, normally aerogel had holes all over the place, and it never allowed coldness or heat to get from one side to the other. But here they've done it differently. They've actually made it so that you've got microtubes running from top to bottom, which is kind of clever.
Of drinking straws. Float the aerogel on water, and those straws create a kind of suction. See, the channels are so narrow that the water is more attracted to the sides than to itself. So the water is continuously drawn up to the surface, forming a thin film.
So that means in places where you live near the sea but haven't got any underground water supplies, and that means you could always have pure drinking water, right? So just put a big floating mats out to sea there, collecting water, and then use a solar panel driven pump to pump it towards the land. Maybe we all should be doing that.
Only this film gets heated. So now almost 90% of the sun's energy goes into evaporation. But there is a problem. Look at this cup of coffee. The steam doesn't rise straight off of it. It kind of lingers. And that's because a thin layer of warm, humid air called the boundary layer forms just above the surface. This blocks dry air from...
So you can see now they allow you to do 3-minute shorts, but it's only on the phone app, I think. I tried to do it with my live show with my dog's Rest in Peace video, and they still only allowed me 1 minute, so they're sucky still. Google.
from getting in, and that slows evaporation. This is why blowing on your coffee helps to cool it down. You're pushing away that layer. Now imagine the aerogel as a sea of tiny coffee cups packed side by side. Their boundary layers merge, forming a thick vapor blanket. Vapor near the edges can escape, but in the middle, it's all...
Well, there you go. He's got damn music on it too. I thought that was quite interesting. Another purpose for aerogel. Did I see some activity on the side chat? Yo. So, was playing games, forgot you were on tonight. How could you forget Saturday nights? How many years have you been here? Every weekend? Okay, so this is the thing on Bigfoots. It's from, what's his name? Parabreakdown or whatever it's called. He's big on Bigfoots, debunking them anyway. Not sure if he actually believes in them.
Did I just see a Skinwalker?
Did I see a Skinwalker? Yeah, his name is called Travis Taylor. And let's try. So he'll be debunking that video, so we don't have to. I'll just skim past his intro.
Video from Robert Earl White of Williamsburg, Virginia, called "Did I Just See a Skinwalker? Very Scary Encounter in the Woods." Let's watch some of it and see what's up.
I didn't see anything scary, did you?
Did I just see a Skinwalker?
No. I can't see anything. Apart from a little dot there, maybe.
Alright, no lie. I'm on my back porch. I heard something stomping in the woods. Something
Oh, scary.
huge.
Now you can see he's either smoking or his breath is being made into that fog that I talked about. And often people film the fog and get little particles in the air that look like orbs. But I think he might be blowing out e-cigarette vapor there.
The video lasts for several
There was a little bug there or something popped out before.
minutes, and from this point on we see small lights off in the distance, probably his buddy, and Robert so freaked out that he just had to finish his vaping session on his back
Okay, so he's saying it's vaping as well. Okay.
porch in the woods. No lie. We actually do see something at the beginning, and I thought I would enhance and enlarge the area a bit.
Please do.
Does this look like a Skinwalker to you? First off, it does.
He's not a skinner, because I'm a skinner. Skinwalker. Kind of looks like it could be a little animal, doesn't it? Like a squirrel or something.
Doesn't just move off.
Right. If it doesn't move often, it's got to be CGI then.
Slowing it down, I could see that it just disappears.
Yeah, that can't be an animal then, can it? It's either CGI or it's paranormal, but let's see what he comes up with.
So either Skinwalkers can cloak, or this is a shot added to the video, tracked.
Actually, it looks too much of a high quality compared to the distance from these limbs here, right? It looks like it's further back.
Enhanced and then subjected to an...
See, that looks too sharp of a detail there, really.
nice fade. That means it was done with a video
See how sharp it was there at the time?
editor and obviously not real. But just for laughs, I ran it through
Alright, he's running it through some software.
a checker and got the response I thought I
Now I wonder what he's using. Looks like it's some AI thing, is it? What's he using? Adobe something? Looks like a computer generated or modified image. Scan another. So it doesn't say what he's using. I'd like to know, because there is ways that you can look at frames and look at the motion of it and stuff. And you know, cameras, like special handheld cameras, generally have a wee bit of shake and move, and whether that object moves with the branches or not. And you can get AI to look at each of those frames and then work all that out for you. On proof is out there, yeah, that show the proof is out there. They have some sort of guy with some specialized gear that does it, and he looks at it and it draws up little arrows pointing in the direction of motion. So that you can normally work out from that whether it's CGI, if it's got the same motion vectors.
I would. That was the first thing I noticed. The second thing is that I could swear I've seen that Skinwalker before. Somewhere. Do you agree?
Yeah. Yeah.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Thumbs up, medium skin tone.
Thanks, mate. The Skinner, we skin people alive. We skin Tyler's alive. What's up, guy? You missed the Tyler segment, by the way. We just debunked Tyler before I went to toilet. Yeah, it kind of looks familiar to me too.
Let me know in the comments.
Yeah, look, that's a pretty good match. Yeah, it has got a flat side to it, but he needs to overlay it a bit better, doesn't he? He needs to alternate it back and forth like I do in the editor. Let's have a look at it, okay?
Let me know in the comments. And
so he overlaid it a wee bit there.
Thanks for watching.
And only did it once, unfortunately. But yeah, it looks like it's a match.
Comments and give the
anyway, I'll give a link to it, and you can have a look on your screens. Let's go back a few frames on that though. Let's have a quick look. As it's fading it in. Damn, another guy as good as me at doing this sort of stuff. Scary. There's two of us out there. Here we go. Yeah, that edge of it there matches up. Looks like they've added some more saturation though. See, I told you there was one part where it was unclear just for a split second there, and he's now managed to overlay it. I'd say that's 100% match, yeah. And he didn't tell us how much money that guy made off his video. Anyway, I'll post a link to that one. That's a busted Skinwalker, Bigfoot. I thought it was going to be a Bigfoot at first, but yeah, Skinwalker. Did it go? Or is it hung up here? Oh no, it's going. Yeah, thanks Mike. What else we got going on? Funny, those two red eyes. Yeah, okay. And we got some next one to look at. So you might remember what I was talking about Bigfoot. That guy claimed to shot one. I said he's faking it. Where he's actually come out and admitted it. Okay, it's gone slow again. I have to readjust myself on the bed here. It looks like it's, you know, how many times have I lined that thing up and it goes wrong again? I don't know what's going on lately. Probably because they're trying to force me to update to Windows 11. I don't want to. I don't want to because it might cause more problems I want to deal with. Although pretty much Windows 11 is the same as 10 though, from what I understand anyway. Oh yeah, this one here. The Bigfoot Hunter. Oh, Are you going to stay? Do not go anywhere. Why is things not working? There's a desktop crashing or something. No? Okay, let's just play this other one here, which is more interesting. Hopefully my volume's better this week.
Also a first for the Great New York State Fair.
Now, sometimes these are louder than I realise, which can be a problem. But everything's going slow for some reason here. I'll just monitor it here, just make sure it's not too loud.
To see for yourself the mysterious, elusive Bigfoot. I affectionately call him Sasquatch.
Oh. Okay, we need to get past the intro, but we'll share it anyway. Under fair use. Add to it.
Now, Snake says he has a body.
So there's another guy that's claiming he's got a body and he's doing the same as what the original guy was doing that we exposed a while back.
Of a Bigfoot and has it on display at the New York State Fair.
We got Bigfoot's body inside Bigfoot's remains at
yeah, that really makes it credible, huh?
the Great New York State Fair.
Snake's exhibit and the horticulture building is generating a lot of buzz from curious fairgoers.
Welcome to the big show. Do not be afraid.
Snake is very serious about the body and claims to have found it in the...
Can you trust the guy that's called Snake? No.
Adirondack Mountains.
So I embedded myself into Bigfoot country and slowly, over time, ingratiated myself with the environment. And I did it caveman camping. So no fire, sleeping under the stars. And that is how I got deeper and deeper and deeper until I found...
So it looks like it's on CBS here, so it should be fair use, really.
This specimen, which blows my mind. I'm about 3 weeks deep into this hunt last October, and I smell something real pungent, okay? This thing was coming at me not like just a decaying animal.
Yeah, and you can get all that information off the web and just make it a story, right?
It was also coming at me with a putrid kind of funky odor.
And I was like, oh yeah, brother.
So I follow my nose. And I'm going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until, boom, right there in front of me, an 8
oh god.
foot long Bigfoot specimen.
Looks like someone's cropped in the TV here, and someone else is making comments over top of it.
Sitting in a poison ivy patch, okay? And I'm...
Sitting in a poison ivy patch, isn't that sort of crazy?
My mind is blown, okay?
Well, now he has the thing in a glass box for all the world to see. Damn. This all...
Why isn't it not gone to scientists for DNA testing and all that?
All sounds so familiar. Where have I heard this story before?
Yeah, I wonder. We've heard that story too.
Before.
Okay, there we go. Oh, right, stopped it. Damn it. Okay, let's step it back then. Let's just zoom out a bit. He's added some special blur effect. Is it not distorted there? Can we see any details on that in the background? Looks very similar to the other guy's one, right? Something you'd see in a sci-fi movie with FX prop.
Before.
To your eye, take us through what you were going through when you thought this is it.
Oh no, not an oily.
Well, to tell you the truth, I was so scared. Even though I knew what I saw.
Oh no, not music. Can't have music.
Shot. Well, we have with us.
I don't know where he's got that from, but he shouldn't have the music on it.
I've got the body here, and you.
Oh, there you go. There's a Bigfoot. Looks very similar to what we just zoomed on the other guy one. I wonder if he's just got the same suit from the same shop, or the guy's just giving the old one.
Believe it or not.
No.
A man claims he has killed Bigfoot and he says he's got the proof. But when he took it on the road, not everyone was convinced. Crystal Gutierrez from CBS reports.
And this is the fraud. It's coming clean.
Well, it's not the first place you would think to find Bigfoot, inside a trailer being hauled around the country, and today it made a stop in Albuquerque. Now, some say it looks like it's part of a circus act, but Rick Dyer, the self-proclaimed Bigfoot hunter,
Oh, that's his name, Rick Dyer.
says from head to toe, this is the real deal.
No, it wasn't.
And he says he shot it in September 2012 outside of San Antonio after being in the woods only 6 days.
Well, I was on the mission to find them because of what happened in 2008.
So this is... Yeah, you can see this by his body language that he's lying, right? He's got a smile on his face, just like the third phase of the moon, and Tyler when they're lying.
Rick Dyer sounds familiar. It should. In 2008, Dyer was busted trying to pass a rubber suit as the body of Bigfoot, a complete hoax. But he says he did shoot one before that stunt, but the government took it. So this is about restoring his reputation.
Yeah.
Let's get this straight, folks. Once and for all. There is no Bigfoot. Bigfoot does not exist. There's not one in America. There's not one in Russia.
And he's still smiling.
There's not one anywhere. Bigfoot does.
That kind of reminds me of the Tyler Klockner confessions about hoaxing. They're all the same, these guys.
Not exist.
Yeah. It's just so much like Tyler. So, he finally confessed, huh?
I did 2 hoaxes, and that's exactly what they were, is hoaxes. I went to the top of the Bigfoot community, and I made more money than anyone in the Bigfoot community.
Yeah, and this is what Tyler's probably like when he's drunk and blabbing it all out privately.
Of Bigfoot.
Now, I wonder how much he made, because Tyler made $2.5 million off his. Suckers born every day, right? You know, this. If you go to my main page here on Home tab, I'll just point it out to anyone that's new to the channel that he is confessed to being a hoaxer. Scroll down the bottom here, and you can find all the Tyler confession videos here. And you can just pick up one, which you'll never play on his channel.
You want to think more critically.
Yeah.
And that is what I want to tell you guys today that I am personally going to work on. Looking at videos more critically, not just posting things that look like...
And look what he's gone back to.
...like hoaxes, but just to post them anyway, which I've done in the past.
So what's the first thing he releases? The CERN contrail on the sky. Yeah, he's just a complete liar. Where's the other one? And it just looks, I was just saying that looks like this other guy that fakes the Bigfoot stuff confessing. Exactly the same smile and look on his face. And then he's on this other show with Alien Addict confessing as well.
Or I didn't do that. So to the people who want to go back to the 1 or 2 videos from years ago,
Here he is again, 1 or 2 videos.
Joking around with, I had no idea.
Yeah, he was joking around with. he's done more than 2 videos of hoaxes. 2 videos. That's
he always says, I only faked 1 or 2 videos.
Yeah, but if you go back to the Jimmy show, he said he never faked anything. And if you go back to the Coast to Coast show, he said he never faked anything, but he received fakes that he published. Always the same look on their face, right? But yeah, hoaxes are everywhere in this field, unfortunately. Oh. What was that at the end? Yeah, so but Michael King knows all about it, don't you? Liz, okay, you're still here with us? Okay, cool. So yeah, I should post a link to that one. Oh, there's a wee bit more left on it.
A 8-foot tall creature, a bunch of them, walked through the woods in America, and there's absolutely no proof.
I would disagree with that. I think there's some credible videos out there, especially from Expedition Bigfoot, because there's a lot of scientists on that show that would be really, really pissed off if they were being pranked, but I don't think they would be hoaxing anything. But what time will tell. Eventually, they might better get a decent HD up close footage instead of far away.
Zero scientific evidence.
Well, there is some DNA they've got in footprints, so but still, it's not good enough, is it? Same as UFO stuff, right? Video, you can watch millions of videos. Yeah, but it's never going to be enough to prove that there's real ones, because there's these guys that are hoaxing it all the time, and a lot of misidentification happening all the time. It's kind of sad, really, though. Is that the suit he had? Yeah.
The 2012 hoax, and this hoax lasted until the middle of 2014. It was a huge hoax.
Okay, so he had confessed earlier than that. Is it?
So this is the face of Snake's Bigfoot, with a nice makeup job done on it. I could not find a match in all the commercial costumes, so I believe it's custom made. Custom made by the same dude who...
Yeah, so he's compared it like we did with the video there.
...made Rick Dyer's Bigfoot body. I couldn't help but notice the resemblance. I think I can see a skin separation in the left eye on both fake Bigfoots. I think that this is, in fact, Rick Dyer's old costume used in his hoax. How Snake got a hold of it is anyone's guess, but there appears to be just far too many coincidences for it not to be the same one. I hope you found this interesting.
Yeah, so yeah, he does a pretty good job, this guy. So yeah, I'll just post a link to it, and you can have a proper watch of it if you want to. Bigfoot hoax. To me, around the eyes, it looked like the same sort of costume, or the same person that made it. So I have to agree with him there. But anyway, no one bites the dust. How are we going for time? I was trying to keep it under 4 hours if I can today. Unfortunately, got some little errors popping up now. Slowness errors. What does that say at the moment? Yeah, 3 hours 10. So we've got 50 minutes. Okay, cool. I think we'll get there. Or some leftovers. Skinwalker Ranch, do we do that now? Oh, right, no, we'll do this one. Proof is out there. I need to debunk more of their bad debunks again, like this one of a helium foam cloud shape that can look like a shopping bag and sparkle as the chemicals in the soap reflect the light. So they put this one up here, it's drifting through the power lines, and the experts said it kind of looked like a shopping bag on some angles. But yeah, a crumply old white shopping bag, nah. I knew exactly what it was because we've covered these ones before. Should be underneath it though. Let me just reload it. I think I placed it underneath. Okay, it's not coming up. Alright, the link there is YouTube. That's why I put it in the same thing. Yeah, so these ones are this. Of course, they said they didn't know what it was. They didn't believe it was a shopping bag, so they left it as a UAP. But what you can do is you can get soap subs, and instead of using normal air to make the bubbles, you use helium. And you can use like cutouts to make any shape you want to, including the shopping bag if you wanted to. But yeah, this is them making them, and then they use like a knife to cut it off the board because it sticks to the board and it floats away. Oops. So the first one's a heart shape. And it's drifting off, and away we go. Goes pretty quick too, doesn't it? A dolphin one. A piggy one. Yeah. What's that one? Don't know, strange octopus thing. Okay, that's going to fool a few people, isn't it? A pumpkin head. And it just goes on and on. Different shapes you can make it into. Okay, I'll post the link to it since we used it. Give the channel a plug. Under fair use. So you got helium foam balloons. I didn't even know what they were on the show. I don't know about the researchers on that show, but they're terrible. And the experts. I think they asked Mark D'Antonio. Did they? I can't remember now. But yeah, the experts said it was mostly a shopping bag, but it's not. Helium foam clouds. There we go. Of course, a lot of people call them critters. Critter. We know better. And in the video, it sparkles like green and red. If you saw the episode on TV, but it's a bit hard to get the glitter effect from a snapshot of a video. Skinwalker Ranch. So yeah, they did the final episode. I'm not to go over that, and then we're getting there. I'm not about to go through all third phases stuff or whatever. So this must have gone into that, have I? Okay, so I said here, so busted, Skinwalker Ranch, season 6, episode 14 on the ceramic scan again. Here's the snaps from the show. They tried to hide the settings, but some key ones were altered between scans. I asked Grok AI about beam current was 1.7 NA before, and after shots was 2.1 NA. So again, the settings weren't identical. But yeah, if you open up one of them, you can see they cropped off the settings. There's a whole heap of settings they have for the scanner, normally about there. But if you have a look at these ones, this time they're comparing with the same WD setting and the same KV setting on both of them. And I thought, well, what else have they changed about a flawless? And it turns out that's trying to say one has a hole. Which one has a hole? Can't quite see. Which one has a hole? Before and after? There is it? And after you can't see it? I don't know. Where's it meant to be on that? See what I mean? I think this one was meant to be like self-healing. That was meant to be the before. This was meant to be it going back with a hole, and I snapped it in between. You can see that it's not quite the same with the contrast. But anyway, next one was a bit better. You think so? It's 10 kV again, 10 kV, and the same WD. And it's meant to be showing self-healing. It's better seeing it on the video though. I think the hole was here. Anyway, they showed individual shots here. I've shown it making holes, right? And I was lucky enough they kept some of the settings on the side, so I started looking into it. So this one they had more of the settings shown. It's further away shot in the final episode, and they say it started creating holes. But yeah, if you have a look at the settings here, eventually if you write them all down, this one here talking about absorb currents 1.7, and the other one is more holy. You see, getting the same settings down here, but the absorb current over here, they almost cropped it off, and it's 2.1. But all the other ones I believe are all the same. So I put that in through the chat AI and asked it about that absorb current, whether it can make a picture look more darker and holy. Holy moly. So let's go back to the AI. Is it there? There we go. Is it? Rock. Here we go. Does the absorb current alter image on a electron microscope scan? And it said yes. Absorb current often refers to as specimen current or beam induced current, can influence the image produced in a scanning electron microscope. SEM for short. Here's a concise explanation of how it affects the imaging process. In the cell, the focused electron beam scans the surface of the specimen, interacting with its atoms to produce various signals such as secondary electrons, backscatter electrons, and absorbed currents. The absorbed current is the portion of the electron beam that is not emitted as a secondary or backscatter electrons, but is instead absorbed by the specimen. This current can be detected and used to form images, particularly in the mode known as specimen current imaging or electron beam induced. Effects of absorbent image formation. The absorbed current can be measured and used to create images. We just read that up. Absorbed current provides information about local electrical properties, contrast and resolution. The absorbed current signal depends on factors like the specimen's atomic number, density, electrical properties. For example, areas with high conductivity may absorb more current, appearing darker or brighter in the image depending on the detector setup. However, absorbed current imaging typically has lower resolution compared to secondary electron imaging because it is influenced by the larger interaction volume of the electron beam, which the specimen extended from 100 nanometers to 5 micrometers. Charging effects. For non-conductor specimens, absorbed electrons can accumulate, causing charging effects. This can distort the electron beam's path, leading to image artifacts such as bright patches, streaks, or loss of focus. Charging can obscure fine details and reduce image quality. To mitigate charging, specimens are often coated with a thin conductive layer, e.g. gold or carbon, or imaged using low voltage SEM to reduce electron penetration and absorption. Absorbed current imaging is particularly valuable in materials science for analyzing semiconductors. It complements other images, because we looked at the gold-plated one and the normal ungold-plated one, and it looked identical, remember? And they were claiming that it looked like it had been stretched, which is nonsense, because we could see identical marks in the left image with the right image, and it hadn't changed. So yes, this just really bad science. On Skinwalker Ranch episode, the first scan of ceramic is 1.7, and the next scan is darker at 2.1. Light contrast change, making it look more holy, claiming the material is making holes longer and the beam when off it heals, but they are misleading viewers with different setting. The question refers blah blah blah, and it actually works out what episode it was on. But that's the wrong episodes, right? But it also uses them for reference. So it goes on. Okay, effect of the beam current 1.7 versus 2.1. Signal intensity, increasing the beam current from 1.7 to 2.1 increases the number of electrons interacting with the specimen. This can change the signal to noise ratio, potentially revealing more surface detail or defects, e.g. holes or pores, which is what we're seeing. That might be less visible at lower currents. The higher current could make the material appear more holy due to improved contrast or deeper penetration into the surface. Charging effects. Ceramics are typically insulating, meaning they do not conduct electrons well. When an electron beam strikes an insulating material, which I believe ceramic is, electrons can accumulate, causing a local electric field that deflects incoming electrons. This charging effect can lead to darker or brighter areas in this SEM image, depending on the detector and settings. At 2.1, the increased electron flux could exacerbate charging, darkening the image and making surface features like holes appear more pronounced. This is a well-known SEM artifact. So they don't tell you that on the show at all. They don't cover anything like that. And it goes on here. Self-claim. The show's claim that the ceramic heals when the beam is turned off suggests that observed holes disappear or shrink. This is highly unusual for ceramic, as most materials do not exhibit such dynamic behavior under SEM conditions at room temperature. However, Charging effects could explain this phenomenon. When the beam is turned off, accumulated charge dissipates, potentially restoring the image to a normal state without charging-induced artifacts. This could be misinterpreted as self-healing when it's actually a relaxation of the charging effect. As noted in a Metabunk discussion, such as charging effects are well understood in CME analysis. So, goes on and on and on. Lack of transparency from Brandon. Shows narrative. Anyway, I'll post a link to it. You can have a read of it all you want. Conclusion. Skinwalker Ranch episode likely misleads viewers by attributing changes in SEM images of a rental to self-healing rather than standard SME artifacts and settings adjustments. Of course, they could also muck around with contrast, right, like we do on the editor, and not tell you. The darker, more holy appearance at 2.1 compared to 1.7 can be explained by increased charging effects. There you go. Hello, thank you, AI. Makes it a bit easier researching stuff now with AI. I can look at different sources for you. So yeah, so that was the final, and I actually did a snapshot of the final answer here too. For those that weren't going to read it all. And I did actually find some other ones. So, oh yeah, I'll point those ones out too. Like I said, it's going to be an update show as well as look at some UFO videos. But time is flying as usual again. Skinwalker Ranch final episode analysis. People didn't like my last weekend show. Wonder why. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I keep on doing my thing. I don't care what people think. I'm just sticking to the facts. Here we go. It's not going to scroll up again. Is it going to disappear? Bring it up again. Or is it going to disappear? I don't know what Windows has done in the last updates, but yeah, screwing up my speed and mouse. I pointed out something here as well. Chemical makeup though could be a space toll. Who knows if it's crashed material from plane or space or debris buried by Bigelow in an old cave on the mesa. Slight repel from cooled is unusual but suspect. Self-healing part is wrong. The dots could be bats. This is my summary. The dots could be bats flying out of a mesa, and other UAPs look like bugs and balloons. And calibration errors on the camera like thermal and drone LiDAR. Smoke rings change could be windows and vortex. Windows? I think it's changed something there. Could be windows. I think there's meant to be wind and not windows. The spell checkers change it. Winds and vortex, updrafts and ice particles, lack of public info, released images, videos and settings makes it hard to peer view. So they've kept everything under wraps and not offered it out to the public like if they were going to be like a transparent show, right? Frequencies could be explained by interference, ham radio, sat phones, nearby and military planes and bases around Skinwalker, including multipath reflections and even camera crew phones, wireless mics and own gear, GPS errors and alike. So that's what I said. GP Chat 5 Q&A likely a tool used in the early stealth planes. So I did another chat with Jet TP this time. To see what the AI would conclude it could be. We'll go to the top. And what did I start off with? So I was looking at the magnetic thing. Can AI L203 ceramic repel and rare, it should be rare, not rara, rare earth magnet when cooled with nitrogen? It said not in the way you're thinking. Let's break it down. So aluminium oxide, that is, with ceramic, is the very stable ceramic commonly used for insulators, substrates and cutting tools. It's not magnetic, it's diametric. Likely most oxides, like most oxides. So what's diametric? Repels, isn't it? I forgot to ask what it is. Let's just have a look. Let's have a look. Kind of magnetism characteristic of materials that line up at right angles. Okay, slightly different than repels. And of course that's what could have happened when he dropped it into the tray though. It was kind of like a repellent, like on an angle, wasn't it? Non-uniform magnetic field, and that partly repel from the interior. But according to AI, the amount of oxide in the ceramic wouldn't be strong enough even when it was cooled. So let's just go back to it. So it's saying here, many oxides were too weak to visibly repel a rare earth magnet, it says here. Okay, cooling with liquid nitrogen. So nothing special happens. Electrical resistance actually gets higher as it's an insulator. Repelling rare earth magnets. Repelling a strong NdFeB magnet requires either a superconductor cooled below its critical temperature, which is what they were trying to do. Another strong magnet, special diametric materials, graphite, bismuth, which we've heard about in metamaterials for UFOs, right? Which can weakly repel magnets through the effect, although the effect is small. Conclusion: aluminium oxide, ceramic, when cooled with nitrogen, will not repair a rare earth magnet. If you want the levitation repulsion effect, you need a high temperature superconductor like blah blah blah. And then I said, are there any ceramic makeups that would repel? So I got a T there by mistake when cooled. For 19 seconds, short answer, yes. Certain ceramic superconductors will strongly repel a magnet when cooled, thanks to the Meissner effect. Plain aluminium oxide won't, but these will. These will, what's it mean? These high temperature ones. Okay, so it's talking about that one there, that one there, that one there. So we won't worry about to that. What will not repel? The aluminium oxide, ferrites, and what's that? Magnesium. Practical notes: if you want the effect, use a bulk. Blah blah blah. So on Skinwalker Ranch, season 6, episodes 7 and 12 and 13, they found toll ceramic They found tile ceramic. It was a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? And slightly repels magnet under tray when dropped. I think it has silicon oxide. I don't have full list. Maybe it's on the net. You mentioned season 6, 12, 13, Skinwalker Ranch. 12 pieces when cooled, blah blah blah. Might include, and so it goes and looks on the web and tries to find out. From what's known in episode 11, Hard to Handle, the XRF scans ceramics reported revealing carbon, oxygen, silicon, magnesium, aluminium, and surface components and oxygen, silicon, magnesium. Episode 12, Hard to Ball. They found calcium, iron, aluminium, and vanadium. Elements that aren't especially exotic but unusual in combination in ceramics. Resistant cool. Additional claims include shard heat or boiling nitrogen continuously. So what's the breakdown? Goes through it all here. Putting all together. Carbon detected on the surface. Oxygen consistently present. Silicon present in the surface and interior. Aluminium present in the surface and interior. Magnesium again the same, and titanium detected. I suppose that's in the interior, hasn't said. Calcium interior, iron, and vanadium. Not all these elements may consist in exactly the same fragment. They may reflect observation from different analysis and subsamples, but collectively these are reported elements. So does the ceramic repel? So this is a problem, that because they don't make it public domain, they haven't actually got a list of elements you can actually go through. And to be sure that's what was on the surface and what was inside. Because we only see clips on various episodes. What was the summary on all that? So it's sort of broken it down. No clear superconducting behavior like stable levitation. Even when chilled with liquid nitrogen, the shard appeared to be resistant coolant, but not proof of magnetic repulsion or superconductive. What would cause the repel if it exists, and could it be a space tile from satellite or spacecraft, like crashed debris from space or dump site by Bigelow? That's very interesting angle. Let's walk through it. Oh no! If the ceramic becomes superconducting below critical temperature, it will actively repel magnetic fields and repel magnets. So instead of it sliding along, if it was a superconductor, it's saying it would just simply hover there. Which it did do that, did it? So it's not a good superconductor, just by looking at the video. Most high TC ceramics are completely oxide ceramics. But the shard reportedly chemistry is that, so it doesn't match. Demagnetization, all materials have some diamagnetism. None of the reported elements in the shard, magnet face, experimental artifacts. If the shard is rough or regular, dropping a magnet near it could look like a bounce repulsion when it actually mechanical deflection. So yeah, when he dropped it, you're saying, oh look, it moved to the side. It could be just an optical illusion where he was dropping it. Wasn't really well done at all, was it? Or if the magnet interacts with the metal in the tray or environment, it might appear to repel the shard. Could it be space or aerospace debris? Yes. Some aerospace shards chemistry with what was reported thermal protection system tiles like shuttle satellites. Re-entry. Lightweight, porous insulating would not normally repel a magnet. Ablative heat shield materials, often resin, silica, carbon fibers. Carbon layers can behave differently. Advanced oxide, nitrate ceramics and satellites. Common, so aluminium oxide is common for insulators, substrates and protectors. None are superconductors. Exotic coatings. Some military or experimental spacecraft use ceramics doped with rare earths or transition metals for radiation shielding, mission negativity control, or stealth, so in other words blocking radar. Bigelow angle and goes through there. Bottom line, great idea. Yeah, so it goes on a bit. Anyway, could it be a test plane government was tested that maybe crashed? Even more plausible than UFO. And it says here that line of thinking is very plausible and actually lines up better with the evidence than the UFO angle. Let's break it down. Why a test plane aerospace program is more likely. Material match, the shard is ceramic based. The chemistry doesn't scream alien but does resemble experimental aerospace ceramics for thermal protection and stealth coatings. So there you go. Even the AI sort of agrees it could be a stealth plane. Geographic and historic Utah and Nevada and surrounding areas were major test regions during the Cold War, nuclear, aerospace, black projects. There you go. Ranch owner could partly have been about controlling a site with interest in debris. So they're saying that maybe Bigelow had contracts in aerospace, may have taken stuff there. Okay, so yeah. So actually, there debunks some of Travis Taylor's claims and Skinwalker Ranch, but it says it's possible. Everything so far matches that it could be from aerospace Black Ops program. So that might be why it crashed, and then they just scraped up a few of the dirt on the surface and buried it into a cave, maybe. Instead of carting it off in trucks and told not to dig the land because they knew it was radioactive or something, right? But yeah, I'll post a link to that and you can have a read of it in detail if you want to. Ah, shit, what's happened? I forgot to change. There we go. Okay, so we want AI chat on the ceramic being Black Ops. So at least it just shows that it's sort of being impartial. It's going by the facts rather than a narrative, which is good. Like some debunkers have, right? Who we got out there? Anybody? We still got a few people there. On to the next topic. Actually, there was some videos I had here. Mick West did a thing here, which I'll post a link to too. Self-healing material. It's a really good read. He actually reached out to an expert for a second opinion on what they were doing, and basically the expert trashes it all, saying it's really misleading. You'd have to go through and read it all. I suppose I'd have to do a reader on it. Maybe I should read it out next show. For those ones that don't want to read too much. But yeah, there's a whole letter there talking about it. And they also reach out to the guy in the image here that did the experiment. Was it that guy? And he said he signed an NDA and he can't comment on it. But he said what was on the show is not what he said as final words or something. Alright. And you can see it goes on and on a bit. I'll post a link to it, but I might just keep that just for next time to read out. We've probably already run over time, haven't we? Let me just have a check. Time just flies on this topic. Coming up 15 minutes. Oh, damn. I guess we should really let these guys go, though. Get some sleep. You know me, I can keep going for hours on this sort of stuff. Until I get sick or headache or whatever. Another Sam expert on Metabunk. Of course, I reached out to Brandon. He doesn't reply to me anymore. But yeah, the only thing I believe on Brandon is not his experts, but his own personal encounter. Oh, we got Countryman joining us. How's it going there? You always catch me in full read mode. You don't like Skinwalker Ranch? It's on UFOs though, and paranormal sometimes. But yeah. But people aren't listening to me, you know, so I've got to keep on bringing it up with more evidence each time, and just keep building it up, you know. It's not just me saying this stuff and the AI, it's other people. But yeah, we'll just keep that one handy for next time. I'll stick it up the front here. Is it going to stay? Okay. So I saw this one here, a guy experimenting with giant monster magnet with aluminium. Not oxide though, but you can see what happens in it. I'll just get into some key points in it. And I'll share the link in a minute. And the fair use. Come on. Oh, I'm getting really dry throat here. I think it might be the change in the season again though this time. Not a flu bug. Why isn't it not playing? Now you can see he's dropping a big rare earth magnet that he's super cooled with nitrogen, and you can see it slows down before it touches, which is kind of cool. He's showing it's really strong, but he can't get the magnets. to stick to it. You can see it slows down before it hits. Looks kind of like a trick, doesn't it? So it just shows that aluminium is a repellent. So yeah, we'd expect aluminum oxide to do the same, you'd think. But anyway, so he's talking about how it works. Basically, as it's coming down, the magnet actually creates a current in the aluminium, which then creates a magnetic field that repels it. It's got a special name for it. Can't remember what the terminology is now, but anyway, is it starts with L? Lens. What's that guy's name? Lens something effect or something like that. Not a lens on camera. Lens something his name is. And they mix around with it a bit more. It's quite interesting. Oh, slows down and stops. That's probably better with the sound on, but anyway. Now he's got it attracting. Now I'm not sure what he did there. You can see it's got slight traction to it now. I think he might have cooled down the aluminium. And that's what happens when it's a superconductor. So he's got a superconductor, and that's what happens normally. Either it hovers until it warms up, or it just hangs there, depending on which way you got the poles. Like that. So that's what we expected to see on Skinwalker Ranch. So that's the only reason I brought that one up. So I'll share that. You can have a listen to it, what he's doing there if you want to. Aluminium and magnets. But yeah, the AI reckons if it's oxide, it won't, because it won't be strong enough. So there you go. Complicated, isn't it? Of course, Travis Taylor knows all this because he's a PhD in this and this and this. Come on. Why is it playing up? Look, it's doing something crazy here. Okay, we can close that one down now. So hopefully we're done with Skinwalker Ranch. No more Skinwalker Ranch. What was that last bit I said here? Oh, that was the Metabunk link. That's right. Alright, and the final part of the show, the final was they wasted money on their own cube satellite. So they're going to have their own satellite with all instruments in it, monitoring the Skinwalker Ranch 24/7. Or is it daily? It'd have to be geostationary, wouldn't it? Anyway, and I guess that was last year, so this year would have been launched up there by now. And so next year we'll get to see what they did with the CubeSat in space in 2025 and 2026. That's if the world doesn't blow up meantime with nuclear bombs going everywhere. Fearmonger, fearmonger. Anyway, close that down. What's this bit here? This is that skin. Okay, we're getting to UFO finally videos. And I'm running out of time. But yeah, apparently Skinwatch put out some interviews on YouTube. An exclusive clip from the upcoming psionics documentary. Is it getting opened? Let's have a skim of it. Why is it not playing? Bloody ads are trying to pop up.
It's a special day because today I am going to show you an exclusive
Is this guy gay? The way he's acting there.
clip from my upcoming psionics documentary. You see, for the last few months, really, I have been filming out all over America, even in Spain and Europe, for this psionics documentary. And I have...
Psionics is a lot of gobblers. So yeah, let's just give on a bit.
Out to, and I filmed a lot with him. And there was just a particular...
Who was that? Was that the barber guy?
That we were having. Just as we're skywatching, coincidentally, we just start talking about Skywatcher. I start asking about Skywatcher, and what he reveals is astounding. Okay? He's basically Carl...
And we're seeing most of their videos turned out to be balloons, birds, or some other mundane nonsense, right?
On the record here, on camera, knows I'm filming for the documentary, right? He says that from his sources, someone he knows on Skywatcher, basically this Skywatcher has already landed a craft with NASA present. Okay?
What's that mean?
And there's way more to this. That's why this is a 12-minute unedited clip, so you can just hear it all, because we talk a lot more about Skywatcher, all this stuff. So, you know, I just thought, well, James Fowler had come out recently, who was the guy behind all their technology at Skywatcher.
Anyway, this will be my last thing for today anyway. I think we've run out of time. I was 3 minutes away from it dropping unpilled, so if you drop off unpilled, too bad. I may or may not upload anymore. It just ends.
And he has since left Skywatcher, and they're kind of taking this new approach, or what? Honestly, I don't think a lot of people
Keep
know
still,
what's going
mate. All over the place. Okay. Let's have a look at the interview.
I have a lot of this that I've caught on night vision that I can send you as examples.
How is Skywatcher going to catch something that they saw?
Yeah, you notice plane apps not being used, tracking apps for satellites not being used.
Psionics.
They have already.
They've already captured something?
That looks like a plane.
I know for a fact that, like, people from NASA and the
I know he's moving the camera all over the place.
They've had a landing.
Holy shit.
Now, don't they say...
Can we get subs because I can't hear what they're saying?
There's certain different styles of craft. Did they say 7?
Yeah, but some of them could be the same that appear different ways, you know? Like the difference between a tetra and a manta ray are like hard to tell other than the way that they move, and they could be the same thing, just move in different ways, you know?
Doesn't sound like someone really knows what he's talking about. Like seeing real UFOs. I heard the word could be, not is. Oh right, there's 2 different types. There's the one that looks like a manta ray, one that looks like a tetra.
So
what are the other ones that they...
Like the tetra, the jellyfish, the tic-tac, the manta ray.
A jellyfish is a bunch of balloons with weighted tails. Tic-tac is mostly planes.
They literally call the blob, or like the... Well, I think they call it the blob.
A blob? They're talking about orbs, are they?
The classes of UAP, right?
Yeah. And then there's like the saucer and an orb, I think, are the other ones. It might not be blob.
No, blob must be something else.
It's like a brain looking one.
Is that not the jellyfish one?
I know, but then there's another one that is... I think that it is called the blob.
You might be right, actually, yeah.
That was a good movie, wasn't it?
And it's like a jellyfish,
so what kind
but
of
blob?
I don't know.
It landed and they...
So these definitely look like blinking stars now, don't they?
Like they were able to load it.
I don't know if they caught it, but I know that there was a landing and that there was people from NASA there.
Is it moving the camera again? It's a bit hard to tell.
They knew that it was going to happen. The psionic team predicted it a day ahead of time.
That they would
That would happen.
That's
how
it only
NASA
landed, so maybe they didn't capture it per se, but it landed.
It looks like he might be zooming in and out, doesn't he? And you zoom in and out, keep it on a tripod that pushes it that way.
A friend from Skywatcher, I would assume.
Yeah.
Was he part of the squad that
I can't say. Yeah.
There was a bright light there.
There's a plane right here. Right behind it.
I can't see.
I honestly don't know if he was there when that one happened or not, or if he just heard about it and then joined them later. Or whatever.
Really crappy so far, isn't it?
That there was basically a landing. Yeah, that there was.
So what's the point of Skywatcher then? Like, what do you think?
Well, see, they were there. They were one of the teams that was called when the weird New Jersey drones were going on.
Yeah.
So they were called, and even Gary Nolan and my friend Jim Segala were all called.
This is before Jake Barber came out.
Yeah.
So it was Barber.
Yeah. So even all incidents like that, like weird drones show up over facilities and they don't know what they are.
So how long has
so
Skywatcher's been operating behind the scenes already for a while?
Yeah, but now as they are organized together with their new management and the way that they operate as like a new entity, but
it's not really impressing me so far.
Yeah, they were
so-called clip from the documentary.
Doing this and stuff for probably like 5 years, about the same amount of time I've been kind of doing it independently.
It's like,
show us some videos. Show us something solid. Chat doesn't mean anything. Brought down by psionics.
Yeah, that he never met, but has allegedly talked to since then to be able to confirm that, they were working that same job. You see that one going up? That could be a plane for coming out of
it could be a plane, but we won't pull out the app and just check. It could be 100 kilometers away, right?
And
going through
so
cloud.
He basically took that same idea and created Skywatcher. He just mimicked it.
Yeah,
right.
But see, this whole idea of using the psionics, all of that came out of the government, and
what's that there?
Out of Hal Putoff in the remote viewing program, and they've been doing this since.
What the hell is that?
The 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Like those pictures of Bigelow and his team in Nevada, like Hal.
What the hell is that?
I heard that.
What was that?
I don't know.
That was no rooster.
That sounded like a police cop car siren to me.
It sounded like an animal.
What the hell's this here, though? Is that someone standing in the dark, or is that on their screen, or what? So this is from Vetted, by looks of it.
Rooster.
That's a rooster.
What the heck? That didn't sound like a rooster at first. It sounded like screaming.
It didn't sound like a rooster.
I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really highly suspect.
So, okay, so...
Anyway, pretty boring. I thought there might be something more interesting in it.
Of just releasing the story of who they are as a team.
Got it.
But they have shit.
And switching players, right?
I guarantee you they filmed all of it. Yeah. They filmed it all on their devices and their radar and they have
and the Navy and pilots all have HD footage. Yeah, we already know they do. That's why they only give out thermal. Anyway, I'll let you watch that in your own time. But Mick West has said here, from Vetted, go back out. Pics of it. Pics or it didn't happen. He means video or photographs. And so they're just talking about it. There's no evidence again. It's just another documentary of words. Pics or it didn't happen. Do you know how many things that have happened we don't have pics of, but everyone knows it happened? But this is an endeavour that especially set out with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sensor equipment to get this evidence. They do the thing and there is no pics. That makes no sense. They could shove a UFO directly up your ass. Would you still be skeptical? Pics of a psychology landed craft would be a great start. I'd have to agree with Mick here though. He's correct. But yeah. Pics won't also make it conclusive though, but if you got enough cameras and different angles, enough sensors and measuring radiation or other factors that validate it, yeah, then we'll have something solid to go by for a change. But still, my stuff on my channel and the home tab there, the two cases I talk about are still way better than that garbage. And no one's ever talked about those because it's not released publicly. Well, one of them isn't anyway, and the other one is the alien creature that they don't see and say it's a car garage. Ridiculous, really. But anyway, even if you got some really good video, they still don't believe it. Yeah, Nick, this Sky Watcher claim. If you want to go and listen to all that dribble, go ahead. Vetted. At least it's a plug to it. But it'd be interesting if I get another copyright claim for playing that garbage. But anyway, we'll see, and I'll bring up details about if I do or not in the next live show. So I think we now probably lost Pilled. I think it's dropped off where we've been talking. There you go, it's dropped off. So I'm also going to wrap up now anyway. I think 4 hours is enough for most people. But definitely should be into all those videos stacked up there from the shield channels. What we got? So we got UFO Man stuff. I'm just going to have a look at. Although his is really, really bad. Who else we got here? Alright, just whatever's being posted on the channel about UFOs or aliens, and so there'll be some garbage there to look through. Hopefully next time. That tab's not working. Third phase has probably got a ton of crap here since we last looked. And they're still getting 20,000 viewers, 5,000 on that one, so maybe some people are waking up finally. 3,000 on that one, that's pretty bad, isn't it? For a channel that's meant to have close to 1 million subscribers. It's just ridiculous that they keep those subscribers, where I keep losing mine all the time. As you can see, I was 58 once a couple of weeks ago, and now it's 54. They're quite good at taking away my subs, but they're not good at taking away all the big channel subs, like Tyler's. Probably only 50,000 active members out of his 2.5 or whatever it is. Anyway, I'll cover that next time, and we'll have a read of that letter on Skinwalker Ranch electroscope guy, and we've got Reddit stuff there that sometimes I look through what they got going on. Filmed over Belgrade. Looks like it's old stuff being recycled. MJ12 again. Oh no, Mr. Shill and the Herons is the downfall. They're still talking about him. What's this? What's this? I don't know. You're telling the story, dude. Ah, that's what we call a solar panel on the ground at Las Vegas. We've commented on that many, many times. I wonder if anyone's actually mentioned it. Of course, I probably don't comment in there because they always flag my stuff and downvote me. Whenever I talk on these places, they always downvote me. Looks like a solar array! Yes, at least we've got some clever people out there telling the truth on Reddit. They'll probably get downvoted though. Anyway, next time. And let's go before the machine crashes. It's acting up really bad now. Okay, 4 hours it's done its dash. We're streaming. Come on, there's something strange going on. Let's close down a few things here. So if you like what we did today, do hit a few likes. And we got a few on Pilled there. Thanks a lot. I think might not be streaming there now because it had that funny error message. But maybe it auto starts again. I don't know what's going on there. Why would you put a restriction on? That's kind of stupid. They could put more ads in if they wanted to, you know, after it's processed and just to get the ads in. It's not like we get money from it. Why didn't it go beep? I think my sister's popped around now too. I think it's going to be Father's Day here or something. So yeah, I'm going to join the party, I guess. Let's see what it updates with. Now we got 4 YouTubers. Out of 8 billion people on the planet, there's 4 years. That's likes what I do. Shouldn't have been updated by now? 343. It should go 344. I know it only does a minute every minute though. Minute feels like a long time when you're waiting. But let you guys go and get some sleep anyway. And shouldn't be too far away. It's kind of weird that it hasn't updated. It feels like a long time. Maybe that's crashed. Oh, there we go. It's updated. Okay, we got 2 on Pilled. I mean, 8 on Pilled still. 4 on YouTube and 2 on Rumble. We used to get regularly 10 or more on most places, and it's getting less and less. But anyway, thanks for your donation, Mike. And yeah, I think I'm about another $10 away from getting a payout again. £10 away. But yeah, maybe next time. It takes a whole month to get $100 with Mike donating by himself. But that's the way it goes, I guess. Let's kick off the end credits. Ending. There we go. Goodbye from New Zealand. And now I've got to end on other things in a minute. I can get a drink now. We should be done. We should have 2 heads, one that can talk and the other one can drink and eat. Imagine 2 brains. One could be sleeping and the other one could be up, and then the other one wakes up and the other one takes over. They have you working around the clock then, Mike. The elite sleeve owners. Okay, a bit of end.